Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live, January 20th here on this Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you had a wonderful three-day weekend. Maybe you caught the impromptu spaces we hosted yesterday on Spaces, because we can't go a day without talking markets with this panel. Woke up, got all ready. I'm like, I'm going to go work out. I'm looking around going, I either talk to myself and, or I can get some real insight from the panel, which I'm about to introduce. Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist, a fish at NinjaTrader Live, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And my man, representing IU. They almost blew that game. I was really I didn't love the way they played it out, but they did win. Congratulations to the Hoosiers. They are national champs. And of course, my man, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina, representing the IU today. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. And it is a very glorious day here on the island and in Bloomington, Indiana. Congratulations, Indiana Hoosiers. It was a close one. I had to sweat it out a little bit. I had my son have the paramedics on speed dial just in case, but we pulled it through.
Yeah, I'm also saying in chat, it's Penguin Awareness Day.
Okay.
I mean, every day there's an awareness day of something. We should start announcing
it's cold
this.
enough.
It is. Oh, that's why. That's probably the joke. Music City Trader. Got me to say it on air. So quick overview before we get to the news with Shai. I mean, of course, unless you've been really not paying attention, there's quite a bit going on. As Craig likes to say, the tariff man is back. But there's more than that. I mean, yields spiking globally. Japanese yields spiking. Obviously, I keep a really close eye on what's happening on the long end. We talk about it almost in every show. Hopefully you caught the Sunday night show last night. If not, go and check that out later. It's great throughout the week. And we talked about, I wasn't on that, but I put in chat, and I know the boys and Sarah all talked about watch the 30-year. We talked about this in our spaces yesterday as well. Yep. 114.17. If it takes it out, you take out now yearly lows, recent lows in the 30-year, and you have yield spiking. You have 10-year this morning, almost of the 4.3 handle. I don't know what the 30s are. I'll let those guys say what the 30 is, but I bet you it's pretty close to a 5 handle in the 30s. And so again, is it deja vu-ish from what last January was? We'll find out. Again, I don't think it's exactly the same. Nothing ever is, and I don't think we're going to get the same result. But let's not forget what happened last January. Tariffs were being announced. Obviously, we're a lot, in a different place now than we were back then. That was a total shock. But again, tariffs being announced, and you have yields rising and stocks going down at the same time. Now you have officially have S&P and Nasdaq taking out the new lows for the year, back below unch for the year. I'm short S&P. I've talked about this yesterday I didn't have the notes sent out, but I was also in the spaces, and I'm long a little crude, which we'll dive into all of that. But before all of that, Shai, the news.
So obviously this morning, the big front page news is the U.S.-Japanese bond meltdown, sending their yields to record highs. The 40-year rate rocketed past 4% to a fresh high since its debut in 2007. Obviously, treasuries in the U.S. already under pressure on concern of tariffs, but the extended sell-off in Japanese debt accelerated the extend-off here as well as bonds globally. What kind of happened there was we have Takehachi is holding a snap election, which we've already known about, but it was really her new fiscal plan. She wanted to effectively stop taxes on food and some other things of that nature, and there's really no clear funding source for the consumption tax cut, and the market's expected to be financed through government bond issuance, and so we are having havoc wreak over global bonds due to what is going on in Japan right now. We also have the dollar hit a 2-week low as tariff threats stoke volatility. I watch the dollar very closely. We're down about 1% this morning. Moving on, we have a B of A survey shows investors are unprepared for any stock market correction.
Better get ready now.
So, because fund managers have been are the most bullish since July 2021, while protection against a stock market correction has tumbled to an 8-year low, according to the recent survey from B of A. So the findings also push B of A's bull bear indicator to a hyper bull level, which indicates investors need to load up on risk hedges and safe havens. But instead, nearly half of the participants said they don't even have protection against any sort of
Always have protection.
all in equity prices. But just be aware when the market opens this morning, you might have some people going, well, oh crap, I need to put some protection on because I was not exactly prepared for this move, right? Because we have extended losses since the futures open and the shortened futures open on Sunday night. Moving on, we have Trump sharing leaked texts on AI mock-ups. He said in a post he wrote that he vowed there's no going back on his goal to control Greenland, and he refuses to rule out taking the Arctic island by force. He also leaked a message from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who he posted a private conversation with that, saying that he agrees with me. He also separately leaked a message, including from President Macron, who questioned what Trump was doing with Greenland. And then at a side note, Trump said he would threaten 200% tariffs on champagne.
Luckily, I have a full house stocked of
Not really happy about. Moving on, Trump attacked the UK also separately over the Chagos Islands deal. I guess the UK is selling the Chagos archipelago, including an island that has a U.S. air base. He said that is a sign of total weakness and great stupidity, underlying why he wants to acquire Greenland, because nobody else can figure their stuff out, I guess. Moving on, really, as far as data today, we have nothing that is market moving. We have ADP weekly at 8:15, non-market moving. We'll see when that comes out. We'll say what it is. It never comes out on time. We have Philadelphia Fed non-manufacturing at 8:30, not a market mover. And 10, we have construction spending and pending home sales. So nothing in the way of data that's really going to be a market mover for you guys trading out there. We do have all 4 indexes are in negative gamma territory this morning. And we also had Bessent saying earlier today that Fed chair pick could come as soon as next week.
That would be something. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point now, we're at this news cycle, we're at the moment where just so many things are coming in, and the market now, I think, has been dislodged a little bit. I mean, again, he could come out and get bullish on some things. Everyone's talking about Taco again, but the way I look at it is, and I wrote it this morning in my note, the market was already set up for this. This was just a trigger. It's just my opinion. You know, I've been short twice, Nasdaq, not successfully. Finally caught him in the S&P. I opened up on Sunday night. I saw where we opened up. I said, we're back below the VWAPs. I've discussed it over and over again. You know, look at it. I keep it very simple. The beginning of the year trade and the end of the year trades are 2 trades I look at. They're very much like the beginning of the month, end of the month. If you follow me long enough and know I really love those 2 types of trades, especially the end of the month. We'll see what that looks like this year. Last year was not a great trade for that. But before we get there, let's talk about beginning of the year January trade. Opening price. Pax talks about this too. This is one thing that like Pax and I do that's almost pretty much identical. He'll trade opening ranges off of it. I told him last night in a text, I said, if the opening range is the high of the day today, I'll double my position. Because now that we're below the opening print and we're below the VWAP from the beginning of the year, volume and price are now proving to us that the market's weaker. earlier this year, we've had this divergence. We had Nasdaq weaker below the VWAP, and it kept getting below opening price for the year, so showing that it was negative on the year. We had the offset from the Russell, which is still, I think, positive on all fronts. I'll have to double check it again this morning, since yesterday when I checked it, I know it was still above VWAP and well above opening price. Opening rate's low of the year in Russell. But now the S&P and Nasdaq are working together, and I just look at this and say, as long as we stay below 69.02 to 69.12 in S&P, and Nasdaq stays below, let's call 69 or 25,478, I think that the market's really ready to go lower. And again, the news right now, I think, is going to be coming from all sides. I don't think it's just going to be bullish or bearish. I just think that, you're going to get news, you're going to get volatility. Volatility is back. That's the reality of it. Position accordingly. Risk. Adjust your risk accordingly. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, look, I think we came into, let's say, last year, people were thinking the president was going to be, tweeting all the time. It was going to be exhausting, and, you'd have to protect positions. And that was the case for the first couple months of the year through the middle of April. And then, since then, it's been tacos all the time, right? It's been volatility suppression. It's been markets up. It's been don't disrupt things. Record stock market, bond market's been rallying. Things have been good. And so, I think the markets have gotten used to the president not doing anything. That's going to affect the markets. And then anytime he does, he's going to immediately taco. He's going to immediately say, I was just kidding. And so that dynamic, I think, got embedded into the market into the end of the year for sure. And so I think what we've seen now for the last couple of weeks is he is back looking to pursue a populist agenda, looking to pursue a Main Street over Wall Street agenda with respect to housing, with respect to the credit card companies, defense company CEOs, and now on the geopolitical front, Venezuela, Iran, Greenland, Canada, who knows what else, right?
Exactly.
And so I think that's part of the dynamic in play. We talked about it a little bit yesterday about the midterms and what does it mean. I think, look, the polling data is not very good right now, and it hasn't been good for quite some time. So I think he's probably viewing this as this is the chance to get the polling data up. And if it doesn't, this is a chance for a scorched earth type strategy by him, basically saying, I may lose power next year. I'm going to try to get done as much as I want to get done here in case I don't have the ability to do it, come 2027. And so I think he's creating this much more volatile environment that we should have expected or what we were expecting a year ago. And so now we're back. And what I think that means is you just can't hedge your portfolio with zero data expiry options anymore. Yes, we could hedge them into prints, but when you have the overnight risk, you have to think about sizing, you have to think about volatility and hedging out 1 month, 3 month. And I think that's part of the reason why the VIX is starting to show some life. Seasonally, we know the VIX looks better second half of January through the first half of March, but I think we're starting to see that dynamic in play again here where people are waking up and realizing I have a lot of exposure. I need to protect myself, and the president may do something overnight that I can't if I'm sleeping. So I think that dynamic is back.
Where's the VIX right now?
I think we're
19.
Just under 20.
Yeah, and we have VIX expiry tomorrow for January, and so that position will come off the board, but back for February. And now we're in that window of weakness, potential weakness here where the flows are a little bit less supportive. We don't have those hedging buyback flows. Shai mentioned we're in negative gamma. 87% of the S&P is in share buyback blackout right now, so we don't have that support. And earnings are very important, right? We talked about last week the bank earnings coming in.
Yep.
They were strong. Stocks didn't deliver. We have earnings this morning from 3M, from Fastenal, two big industrial bellwethers, decent numbers. Stocks are both trading down pre-market. Netflix is after the close. Not necessarily a huge take on the economy, but obviously a big weight in the Nasdaq and big weight for the consumer. So we'll see how that stock reacts to numbers there. But if numbers don't show up and people aren't getting paid to own earnings prints, that's another potential negative flow as the multi-manager community grosses down into earnings. I think that will be it's important to see how these earnings play out this week.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of ebb and flow. I don't think that the bulls are going to throw in the towel here. I just think that we're in a market that's finally rotating, which I like. Again, I've said this before, I don't love being short, but market's telling me to be short, specifically S&P and potentially Nasdaq. If Nasdaq can get back up to 25,478 today, I'd probably start shorting that too, as well as S&P. But again, and I know somebody put in chat, Cooper, we can't be that risk off if Russell's still going up at rates going up. And Russell's not really going up. Obviously, it's down 1.5% today, but it's still strong relative to the year. And again, look at last year. We went up the whole year, and Russell didn't do anything, right? And so this year, again, you could have a Nasdaq and S&P in the short term. I don't love the divergence in this tape. Still, it's not my favorite. If the Russell was breaking down with us, I'd probably be really deep into S&P puts right now. But because of this environment, and there's going to be ebb and flows, you got to be a little smart with it. That's why I keep saying small and smart. It's not a clear picture. And there's nothing rules out that this market can't come back up and fill this gap today. But let's talk about that within the charts with Jimmy. This morning, S&P down $100, Jimmy, 68.75, just below the low of the year, or just above the low of the year, below where we opened the year. So this morning, I think we're going to see that dynamic. Are we going to make a new year on the low of the year on RTH? We'll see. We've got Nasdaq, 25,225, down 463 points this morning. Obviously negative in the year. Russell down 42. I don't have my Russell chart up. Let me take a look at it. I know that yesterday when I looked at it, Russell the low of the year is the opening range, or opening range is the low of the year, however you want to say it. Well above that. On my charts, I got Russell pulling back to 25.83. That would be a decent pullback, and I would buy that there. I own Russell in my long-term portfolio. I don't have any futures on it, but it's like, that could be the dynamic again this year. It's not something we've talked a lot about. It could be the year, or at least the beginning of the year, where it continues to rotate lower in NASI and rotate higher in Russell. And there could be a trade on both sides there. Sell the rallies in tech, buy the rallies in small caps, even with rates going up. And that would totally just blow everybody's minds with rates going higher, because they're supposed to do better in lower rates. Didn't happen nonetheless, but good call out there from Cooper. Dow at 48,922. Natural gas this morning. Oh, it's only up 25%. Not a big deal. Who noticed that? It's only up, 759 ticks? Is that the most insane thing?
It's cold, man. Cold.
I know. That's great reporting by our. I go. It's freezing ass out there. I'm like, okay. Well, they're like, yeah, okay. Well, natural gas. No insight as to what that's going to do. Heating oil up 2.5%. At 2.27 this morning. Crude oil, 59.86. Shai and I talked about this. I bought crude last week. I bought calls when we were at 59.20. I bought out of the money calls. I bought 60 calls expiring. In a couple weeks from now, position really hasn't done much. It's up slightly for me. I'm having a very, weak hand in crude oil. Like, it better start working. I want to see it get above 60.50. Last night, Sarah Strat Sniper talked about it. It was so funny. I was looking at it too. I'm like, if we don't get above 60.50, I'm like, this position it's not going anywhere. Crude is small bid this morning. We'll see what it does throughout the day, but something to keep in mind. I still think that's a good low on crude. I think it can build from here. Obviously, I'm long it, so I believe that, but I think that crude just needs to go to work, crude. Gold up $135, only up 3% this morning. Big moves, 47.30. Copper's up 21 ticks, up a third of 1% to 585. Silver's just below 95, up 7.25%. Platinum up $82, 3.5%, 2,400. Here we go. Bonds. ZB 114.17 was the area to watch. Is at 114.11, down a full point. This is what you need to watch for today, everybody. You want to see this tape turn around? If bonds turn around and get back above 114.17, would not surprise me to see that spill into equities. It's not guaranteed, but something to keep an eye on. And here we are with the dollar down against everything. Down the most against the euro. Euro's up 1.25%. Up to 117.63. And actually, the Swissy is up the most against, it was up at 127. Swissy's up almost 2% against the dollar. Jimmy.
Look at the volume in the E-mini S&P already today. 567,000 contracts, man. It's busy. It's going to be busy all day. We're going to be talking about that gap that we saw on the open on Sunday for a while now. The equities are in rotation, as you mentioned, Deli, but everything else is trending. All the metals trending up strong. A lot of the interest rates, except for the short end of the curve, are trending down big time. Dollar index is 98.3 right now. And when I look at this tape, the first thing that sticks out of my mind, other than Nat Gas being completely wild, is that Swiss franc. That Swiss franc is, in my mind, that's my fear gauge. Instead of, that fear gauge that you see on the internet, this is it. Swiss franc, you see big green candles in Swiss franc, and that's kind of the fear gauge, and it's way up today for the second session in a row. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. But, it's risk off. Bitcoin is down 4.88%, getting close to that 90,000 level right now. As you mentioned, Treasury bonds. We're on our way to Treasury bonds possibly for the September lows, which is 113.03 unless we do get a little bit of a pushback from the folks on Capitol Hill or in Switzerland or wherever they're at. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But that's kind of tough. I mean, we're getting close to that 5% yield right now. The 10-year is at 4.277. So the long end of the curve is taking it on the chin right now from a price point of view. So Russell is pretty strong, though. I do want to mention that. Relatively speaking, though, we're down about 2.6% or so from its recent highs. So is the S&P. So from a percent point of view, high to where we're at right now, we're pretty similar. Nasdaq's take is worst of breed, so to speak. There.
Yeah, and again, I'm always looking for things to buy when it comes to my stock portfolio, and maybe I'll add to IWM, or UWM, on any sort of sell-off because they're the stronger one. I mean, this is the tape we have. It doesn't always have to make sense, right? When you look at rates are going up, and the Russell's the outperformer. Look, we're in a world where a lot of things don't make sense, and I just look at that and go, sometimes that's the real edge, is just being able to allow yourself to adapt to what the current climate is, right? I mean, if it's cold outside, you put a sweatshirt on, right? You buy natty gas. Sometimes things it's just really kind of that much of common sense. Look, I hate to say it, right? And when you look at the world right now, rates are going up, and RTY is the one that's the strongest. Not today. Well, even today. Well, Russell or the Dow is the least weak. But nonetheless, again, I look at this and say, okay, if you want to buy weakness, you probably want to buy the Russell, right? Now, maybe you don't trade the Russell, then don't do it. But at the end of the day, that's the tape we have. Again, back to you, Craig. The negative gamma situation is interesting because we've had all this talk, right? Everyone's talking from Sunday night into Monday. Were we on negative gamma on Friday? I don't think we were.
No.
Right? Now, we triggered overnight. So we have yet to even have a regular trading hours open.
Right. Yeah, Friday was expiry, so we lost a lot of that positioning, comes off the board. And so now you have kind of fresh positioning and less of the short-term options, which will get reintroduced today. And so when we're in negative gamma, it's dealers are trading with the direction of the tape, and so it exacerbates the moves in both directions. I think what we have to think about is the various flows that kind of go into this market. You have the systematic flows, you have the share buybacks, various passive flows, and then you have fundamental players, cross-market players, and then the like. And so when you're in negative gamma, you have the dealers are trading with the tape. We talked about the buybacks are basically, largely in blackout right now, so you don't have as much support coming from that. With bond yields moving higher, the cross-asset guys are going to be, okay, this is a concern for me for deploying more capital into equities. And then on the systematic stuff, if volatility rises, they're degrossing positions. CTAs are quite long. They could be selling down. And so the supportive flows that we had towards the tail end of the year as we transition into the back half of January all seem to be going in the other direction. And so it's going to take even more positive news from the president, from tacos, whatever it is, from earnings, in order to establish that the market can kind of reconsider that strong trajectory that we saw to exit the year. Now, as we push through and the president does something and volatility comes back down again, we get through earnings season, buybacks are back, volatility settles down again, then those flows will be supportive again. But right now, I think we're in a little bit of a period here where they're not supportive. And so if we get continued fundamental data points that are risk off, it could exacerbate to larger moves than people expect.
No doubt. I mean, everyone that's probably new to understanding what negative gamma is, and I would just look at it this way. If the market's going in a way of a trend day, don't fade it. Because that's just the bottom line. It'll run you over, right? And so we've seen negative gamma on up days as well. Like there was a day, I think just a week ago, where we had negative gamma, and then next thing on the market, it rallied on it, and the market just kept going. It just kept chasing. And so if anything that helps you guys with in the chat, understand that much. Again, but when you look at this environment, bottom line is coming out of Craig's, we only got a minute left before we get to Jimmy's Edge report. I want to go back to Shai, is that this backdrop right now is not super supportive of this buying the dip this morning in equities. That's the bottom line, right? I mean, we're not seeing something that's coming in and saying, okay, this is your regular, move lower that everyone's coming in and buying the dip. You've got rates, you've got all, going higher. You've got all this other macro news that's not supportive, and you got the market environment on the back end right now that you talked about for all these different reasons that it's probably not super supportive of a rally. Doesn't mean we don't get one. It just means don't be searching for one if one's not there. If it happens, let it happen. Shai, only 20 seconds left. I want to talk a little bit more about metals. They keep going up, but we have not talked about a scenario where equities go down. Is that going to hurt metals? Or is metals just in this path right now where look out?
Well, I think the metals are in this path right now. It's a flight to safety. Bonds down, you have stocks down. Where are you going to go? You're going to go to gold and silver. Silver is duality metal in that it's also an industrial metal as well as a monetary metal. So it's getting kind of a double boost, so to speak, because we have all this data center build out as well as renewables, et cetera, and all the things that silver is made of. And so I think for right now, I know a lot of people are like wanting to sell silver because they think the whole market's going to collapse because it's been parabolic. But I would just be very, very careful getting in front of that freight train right now.
Yeah. And the bottom line is that sometimes you'll see a situation where equities are going down and then it pulls everything down, right? That's why I asked you that. And that's not happening right now in metals. So there is a macro backdrop to this right now that can support, a continued rally in metals, even if equities get killed.
Well, sure. And a lot of people are talking about people sell U.S. treasuries to buy gold, central banks, that is, and things of that nature. So just be aware of kind of the broader macro backdrop on those particular metals.
All right, let's take a deeper dive into the chart. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's start with the E-mini S&P right now. Here's a daily candle chart, and I've kind of highlighted that gap, right? We had that big gap. We had that weird open Sunday night, and again last night. Big gap down. Right now, we're below all our major milestones. The yearly VWAP. We're below the opening price for the calendar year. We're below a 68.90 PAX line right now with a pretty large size candle. Now, the interesting part here is the volume profile. If you go all the way back to last month's volume profile for the month of December, the point of control is almost exactly to the T of the low of today's session. That's 68.48. Amazing how that works. Buyers came back in, pushed this back up. We're sitting right on that 50 EMA right now, which is kind of key. The 8 EMA and the 21 EMA, there's going to be a cross under if this continues right now. Probably going to be inevitable anyway. So I'm looking at the gap. I'm looking at the cross under. MACD's below the signal line big time. Now, we're only down about, the low of today is down about 2.68% from the highs. So we'll see if that continues or not. It's a long way away from the sky is falling, but a pretty big cut to the downside. Intraday, put support, 0DT put support, frame the bottom of the conversation. This is the MenthorQ levels here at 68.50. On the downside, really, we have S3 all the way down here at 68.17, and we have the official bigger put support at 6800. On the upside here, we do have some targets. That one-day min, we never quite got to that one-day min. I know it's kind of weird, one-day min being at the top, but because of the gap in the weird couple of days, this is how the math works out. We never got there, though. We're just kind of trading south above that, so that would be a target for the breakout to the upside if that should happen at all. The pivot also is really framing the top of the conversation pretty nicely at 69.12. So that's the story of the E-mini S&P. Let's just shoot over the Russell really quickly here. RTY March. Contracts so far, 66,000 contracts traded. Real similar, really kind of more orderly of a sell-off if you think about it on this daily chart here. Really, this rally started all the way back here at 24.93. Really orderly. We're above that VWAP right now. We are down about 2.73% from this peak high, but this looks way more orderly than the other markets in the equity side. So it is stronger, and there are some good targets here as well. We're trading right at the session VWAP. That's going to be key for me today. Session VWAP for the Russell. We'll see if we trade above it. Buyers are in charge, below it. Sellers are in charge. Bottom of the conversation, it's kind of messy. It's kind of sloppy here. We did have this big bullish engulfing candle on a 30-minute candle from 5 to 5:30, which was positive. Point of control right now, right pretty close to where we're at, a little bit higher than where we're at 26.49. Again, that one-day min is going to be a target for me at the top at 26.59. Let's go to the 30-year bonds really quickly. If I can get my mouse to wake up on this Tuesday morning. Here's the Treasury bond. So this is, last time I checked, the yields were at 4.928. Deli mentioned that 5.0 yield potential milestone here. Here's that 114.17 we've been talking about. We're almost at it right now. We're almost at that kind of inflection point, if you will. We went down quite a bit, but buyers are bringing us back up here, so maybe some more rotation to the upside. That September low down here is at 113.02 30 seconds, so we want to keep an eye on that should we break down even further. And then that July low at 111.11 in 30 seconds, even further down. So there is targets on the downside. This could get a lot worse. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. We have that 8 crossing under the EMA. We're underneath the signal line on the MACD. So technically, we're still pretty bearish here. We'll see what happens on that shadow open. Intraday, put support defining the bottom of the conversation. Not surprised it's at 114 even. We're right above that session VWAP right now, so we'll keep an eye on that. JAX1 at 114.16, right by that S1. So we're trading between that. We'll see if we can get some movement back up to the upside here right now, but retracement traders are probably looking at a short trade at this very second. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Shai, quick update on any data that hit the tape this morning.
So we had ADP come in at 8,000. That is the weekly. It's on a 4-week rolling basis. So it's not the best number, not terrible. Again, not that big of a deal. And Philly Fed non-manufacturing, which means business, came in at minus 4.2. And that really just includes that central bank area.
Yeah, tape didn't do much on it. It's so busy right now, data like that. Even if it was meaningful, probably don't even notice it.
Yeah.
Preview of our guest.
We have Mike Larson. He is the VP and editor-in-chief at The Money Show, so he sees all aspects of investor education and the conferences. He produces the company's Safe Money Report, Weekend Windfalls, and Heat Maps newsletter. His areas of expertise are domestic and global interest rates, commercial and residential real estate, and central bank policy. Great macro guy to have on this morning. We could talk to him about really what's going on in the bond markets as well.
Yeah, that's where we're going to begin. Let's bring in Mike.
How's everybody doing?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. I love waking up on a day when there's nothing to talk about in the markets, right?
I know. Where should we go with this? I'm not really sure. I mean, do we start with natural gas that's only up 26%, not a big deal? Oh, God, silver's up 7.5% again today. These are moves you don't see in futures markets often. I mean, you think about the price of natural gas is up 26%. Just put that in perspective, everybody. It's 26% of a futures price in a day. So I'm not sure we're going to go there, Mike. Maybe we do. I want to start with the bond market with you because, as you know, most people are trading equities and bonds anyway. Global yields rising across the globe because they're global yields. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm more of a big picture guy than a real active intraday trader. So I'm looking at the trends, multi-month and what have you. And today is just one of those situations where a lot of headlines, a lot of news is hitting all at once. I mean, you've got in Japan, obviously yields have been going up for quite some time, but at a sort of slower and steadier pace. They had a bad bond auction over there, and kind of the dam broke in terms of perceptions of Japanese fiscal health and what's going to happen with the tax cuts they're talking about, spending packages, essentially fiscal stimulus that they're trying to push through there. So you saw a big spike in Japanese bond yields, and that kind of spread around the world. U.S. yields up again, 30-year here in the U.S. is about a 4-ish month high. So you had that going on. You have the turmoil with Greenland. I mean, I can't believe we're talking about the impact of Greenland on markets, but here we are in 26. It's a situation where, I think it's not so much what happens, who owns Greenland. It's more, what are all the ramifications of that? So you've got, tariff threats going from the U.S. to Europe and the Europe to U.S. And so that's causing other turmoil and really in things like precious metals, just exacerbating trends that have been in place for so long. I mean, gosh, you got, silver up as much as you pointed out, gold's up $130 or so in 24 hours, another all-time high. I think people are looking for different ways to position for a world that, from a geopolitical standpoint, from an economic standpoint, from a government debt standpoint, a lot of things shifting, ground shifting under your feet. And that ends up, you get the right news headlines and you have a day like today.
Yeah, and if you take all things into consideration, equities are really doing very well. I mean, let's face it, S&P made a new all-time high just, what, 2 sessions ago? I mean, maybe 3, whatever it was. And Russell is still up on the year, although S&P and Nasdaq are flat to down. Talk about the divergence. We talked about that this morning. I think that's an interesting thing to point out this year is that the Russell is doing well even in an environment where rates are going up. Not what most would expect. And last year, we thought the Russell would have done better in an area in a time where rates kept coming down. Talk about that dynamic right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've had a market where obviously for so long of a period of time, you had it was Mag 7, it was big tech, and that was dominating the averages, and that's what all anybody wanted to talk about, and really all they wanted to own. But I think, for the last few months, and especially when the calendar flipped, you see money rotating into potential new winners. They're positioning for an environment where U.S. earnings growth is still pretty solid. The economic backdrop is okay, not great. You've got a Federal Reserve that has already cut interest rates a few times, and depending on the day, there's still another cut or two, and maybe 3 priced in for the full year. So add that all up, and you've got a market that I think when people want to see new winners, when people want new ideas, they don't want to just kind of keep beating the same dead horse that they've been beating for months and months and quarters and quarters. You get some of this rotational action. And ultimately, if you're a bull on the broad averages, you want to see that, right? I mean, you want to see more stocks participating. You want to see better breadth. You want to see something outside of just big tech, big cap tech work. And that is what you're seeing. Who knows what's going to happen this week with some of this additional geopolitical turmoil. But I think all in all, I've had my big picture market thesis since really the beginning of 23 has been to be bold. That's how I've summarized it. So you want to be in more offensive sectors than defensive. You want to be in sort of the growthier parts of the market versus playing, defense with staples and utilities and things like that. And it's worked out pretty well. But after 25% plus years for the S&P, plus another 16% year last year, it's not surprising you're entering 26 with some more chop, some more rotation. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of just a choppy quarter overall, for that matter.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. We had Besson on this morning saying that we could get a new central bank head pick as early as next week. How much of an impact is that going to make? We did see market sell off a little bit when he said Hassett, he wanted to keep Hassett because he looked good on TV. How important is this going to be, or as far as, how we see markets react?
Again, I think, Wall Street has to be comfortable that whoever ultimately gets the position is at least going to have a modicum or some independence, or at least a willingness to stand up should inflation start perking up again. Be able to find consensus on a Fed board on an FOMC that's increasingly not finding consensus. I mean, you followed this industry you followed the central bank sort of protocol for years, and it's all about building consensus, or it has been. But now you've got an FOMC that's more afraid. You've got some people pushing for more aggressive cuts, some people who don't want to cut at all. And it's really, whoever comes in and succeeds Powell, the market's going to render judgment based on the idea that this person can or cannot sort of stand up in an increasingly politicized environment for what economically is the right decision to make. So it'll be interesting to see what name ultimately kind of does surface as sort of the final answer. I know it's been bouncing around a lot. But yeah, I think Wall Street just wants to know that whomever ends up there is at least going to have, some power or some willingness to, do what has to be done, or else you're going to see probably bear steepening in the bond market. You're going to see long-term yields rising above and beyond what you're already seeing today as a result of, kind of what happened in Japan. And that's going to be a trend that would probably be sticky. I would expect to see long-term yields tend to rise if the market doesn't get a pick that it's confident in. And I would also say, just briefly, what's happening in precious metals, that's been a trend that's been going on for quite some time. And, as a trader, you obviously have to be looking for shorter term zigs and zags. But from a long term standpoint, I think that the case for precious metals is still very strong. Again, in an environment where geopolitically, economically, and from a policy standpoint, there's a lot more uncertainty and questions about whether this is a real long term regime shift.
Absolutely. And then going back to the equity markets really quickly here, we did have B of A survey come out. So most investors are unprepared for any sort of a stock correction. So do you anticipate people kind of waking up today and being like, oh no, we need to hedge. I'm positioned long.
Yeah, obviously in the cash markets, I mean, we got to catch up because we had a day where the markets are closed. Futures are moving, of course. I think that there's probably going to be some nervousness. The equity market, though, so far doesn't look like any kind of bloodbath. I mean, we're talking 1.5 percentage points, give or take, in terms of equity futures down. I think people can handle it in stride, but, what kind of headlines are you going to get out of Davos this week? What kind of, tit for tat type stuff is going to keep flying over the tape here? So I would. Again, I think that the choppiness, increased volatility, just sort of people, chasing each headline and so on, that kind of environment, probably for this week is going to be with us, and even for the whole quarter. I think, you have to prepare for probably a more chop, more uncertainty, and just kind of a little bit being more defensiveness. But I would add, I mean, you still look at the big picture trend, what you saw with the rotation, what you saw with the Russell, what you saw with other sectors starting to participate. That is encouraging from a longer term perspective. So, I don't think this is one thing where you just kind of like sell everything and run for the hills or what have you.
Yeah, this is definitely not throw the baby out with the bathwater type scenario right now. This is, I think, a rotation, which is really been brewing. I go back to it. In January, we make a range, right? January to March. I look at markets from the most simplest place that I can. We typically will trend a little bit January into March, April-ish, right? And the market will have its range for the year. And then we start to go from there, right? We see what it builds on. What I've noticed is the market can't build on a rally only in the Russell. Nasdaq and S&P are diverging from the build in the Russell. And now you get all these headlines. We've talked about all this stuff going on. We're actually in negative gamma right now, which I think is not necessarily negative for the market, but the market may chase it a little bit lower if we continue to go lower. And rates breaking out. Again, the scenario, the environment doesn't wreak confidence to step in and go, oh, I want to buy this dip today. There have been many dips I've looked at and said, I'm buying more stock today. I don't see that. I want to talk to you about what's happening with the dollar too. Jimmy talked about the Swissy. It's almost 2%. I don't know how much you follow on currencies, but when you look at what's happening in the dollar versus the euro and like the Swissy, Swissy is up 1.75% and the euro is up 1.25% against the dollar.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm paying attention to cross-market action, and I think, again, putting my sort of long-term hat on, I've been bearish on the dollar from a trending standpoint for quite some time, just for some of these same macro-type forces we've talked about here in the short term. I think they apply in the long term. And, I wouldn't be surprised to see DXY, maybe break to new lows before too long. I think, the pattern has been essentially sideways chop after a pretty, long-term decline. But you've got some of the catalysts there. You've got, again, just kind of concerns about what's happening on the geopolitical front and economic front. So I think, the dollar to me is probably going to be one of the casualties of all this. Again, on a longer term trending basis, I think that, you want to be positioning for things that do well in a falling dollar environment. And I would add, we just did our annual project, the Top Picks project, where we go out to all our contributors. We ask them for their best ideas for the year ahead, growth ideas, income ideas, and so on. And in the report that just dropped, you noticed some people looking at, incorporating what happened in the dollar into their thinking and what they think is going to happen in the dollar. So you still have some people that are looking into precious metals and miners as related plays. You have people that have talked a little bit about a couple of foreign type stocks that as a U.S. investor, if you get that equity kicker or currency kicker from being positioned in foreign equities, those kinds of things can work for you. So, I don't think it's the end of the world for the dollar, but I do think that trend lower is probably going to be something that we're talking about throughout 2026 as well.
I don't want to let you go without talking about energy. I mean, we talked about natural gas. We already know, that's the market to watch. It's up 870 ticks this morning, up 28%. I don't know if you have any commentary on that. I mean, we just said, it's freaking freezing outside. It's like I get Dean Martin playing Baby It's Cold Outside in the background. But you've got crude oil, 59.64. Shai and I are both long it. Talk to us, Mike. I mean, can we put a bullish tweet out there? Why? Nothing worse than waking up long crude and seeing natural gas up 28%. Your crude position's up like 30 cents. You're like what's going on here?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, here in South Florida, where I'm based, I mean, we did dip below 40 the other day. I mean, we're in the 40s now. They're talking the weather forecast is looking pretty lousy for the Southeast and Mid-Atlantic in the coming few days. So I can see, and as you pointed out, it's frigid up there. So yeah, I see what's happening in the gas market as a result of weather short term. I will say, from some of the longer term perspective, some of the people that we have speak at our events, Anas Al-Haji and others who, are big picture thinkers, they talk about natural gas and LNG and world demand for U.S. gas and exports of LNG being one of those long-term trends you want to play. But on the flip side, on the crude oil side of things, there's a lot of shadow supply, floating supply, whatever you want to call it, out there on tankers. What Trump has done in Venezuela and what that might mean for production in this hemisphere. That's a longer term thing. That's going to be like turning a battleship, not a quick change, but that's on the table. OPEC plus supply has picked up. So I think there's a lot of things that it's harder, obviously, to move a market like crude oil because there's so many global dynamics that factor in besides shorter term weather. And it's an area where even though the commodity hasn't done anything or much of, has been, sideways to lower, you still have energy stocks that in the last year, the XLE is up 8 or 9% somewhere the last time I looked. So, I mean, there is some potential for, on the equity side of things, maybe positioning for a better market down the road, or that may be part of the anticipation that we're going to have a better energy market as time goes on.
Mike, we got to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your insight today. Can't wait to have you back on NinjaTrader Live.
Great. Glad to do it. Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody, show Mike some love. We'll put his Twitter handle, there it is, right there in chat. And go and check out what Mike is doing. Many of you have probably been to the Money Show over the years. Mike has been behind the scenes helping that grow over the years. He's done a phenomenal job. Great to have him here on NT Live. Shai, kind of quick recap of this morning. Anything to look at going into the afternoon?
So I think you really want to keep an eye on the bond market. We have talked about that. If we start to see that slide more, what are the implications on the equity markets? We are in a negative gamma environment. Market makers are trading with the market. That means outsized move in either direction. Not much on the data front today. Well, actually, nothing on the data front today that's going to be very market moving. And so just keep an eye on price action and trade with stops.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bottom line. Doesn't matter which direction you're playing today. I think you're going to probably have a lot of both directions, to be quite honest with you. All right, Shai, thank you so much. See you in chat.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. It's about that time for my man T. This segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity, where TTrades and I go over all of the markets, not always indexes, sometimes indexes, but today we've got to go over indexes. T, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. We got a busy morning, you and I. I think we got to jump right into it today because there's going to be a lot to cover. I know a lot of people in chat have been putting out what markets they want T to cover. You see a lot of dollar, euro, gold, bonds. Everybody wants to hear everything from my man T. T, take us through. What's the first thing top of mind for you this morning?
Well, Crudele, we got to start with the Crudele oil because we finally got a move out of it, hey? So did finally get that move. We spoke about it last week. I was looking for that 62 area, and you can see we fell just shy of it. But I'm viewing this as a retracement, so still looking for this to get a continuation higher. I would like to see, Tuesday here form the low if we can get a trend this week to go higher, just because if this is going to be a retracement and we're not going to just hang around and consolidate, then we do want to see this low formed with a swing point and then to just continue the trade higher here. So we'll see if we can finally get some movement here after we got this nice little break last week.
Yeah, I'm long crude oil. I'm long calls a couple weeks out, and I continue to think that this is a good low. I looked at it last week. I saw that the news took us lower. I had like 58.64 as a key area. I saw stabilize there. And this week is a big week for crude. I mean, you have the energy space doing very well. We've talked about natural gas, which maybe we'll see what that looks like on your charts. Maybe we stay in energy following this. But yeah, I agree with you. When you look at it, right, like this is an important week. Like we have to see it stabilize here, and we'll see how it closes out today for crude oil. But I do think that the setup is there. It's starting to form a little bit of a low. So time will tell us throughout today. Real
Yeah.
quick, what invalidates it today? If we were to take out today's low, is that the
Yeah,
invalidation or
so
what's the
so this
invalidation?
week I don't really want to see this low get taken out, and that's just because if you go down to the hourly chart here, we have this nice reversal here. So we have a reversal off of the previous week's low, and then into today we have a consolidation. We reach back into these opposing candles, so this support here, and we form a new support, right? So I don't want to see price go below this low if this trend is going to continue or break out to the upside. If we do hit this low, then it's failed and it's going to drop lower and either consolidate or just mess around, which is not really that interesting, right? We want to see that just either go or you want to not be involved in it. So taking a look at that, though, we can also take a look at gasoline, which is looking very similar, but then New York Harbor is actually the strength there. So you can also take a look at HO would be that ticker there. If you want to take a look, it does have the strength, and you can see it has taken out this high. So we want to see this asset not reverse off of this high, and if it just continues to trend higher, then that will allow oil to also trend higher.
Yeah, everybody, what I like about this setup is like the risk reward is there. It's very clean. I mean, equities, you're going to get a lot of volatility, but if you're looking for a trending market, I like the crude oil setup. Obviously, I'm in it, talking my own book a little bit, but I like it for the same reasons that T does.
Yeah. So I think then we can go into dollar. We can take a look at bonds yields if we want. Dollar bonds both down, yields up. So I would be looking, my indicator puts on the screen, but if we are going to have this be a high, right, because we have the monthly swing point, we're going to get a continuation of this trend lower. I'm looking for price to, one, reach back to the monthly open, which we've almost already done, but then are we closer to previous month's high or previous month's low? Previous month's low. So looking for price to run through these lows into here and into, the October lows. I think it's going to be a bit more difficult to get down into that September low just because of how this formed. It's a protected swing to me. We swept out this. We have a nice V shape. So I'm more so looking for price to take out this low here, the October low on dollar.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what's happening too across the board on the currencies, and I know you'll probably go here next, you got Euro up 148 ticks against the dollar today. You got Swissy up 218 ticks. I mean, the big moves.
It's funny with the Swissy because it hasn't gone anywhere, right? If you look at its price since, June, July, August, we're still in the exact same range. It just has these big consolidation periods and then just a random move. I wouldn't say random, but just a big move. So it's kind of hard for me to anticipate this at all. But yeah, it did have a nice move today. And then funny enough, yen's not really doing much, right? So it's been trending lower. You can see on a day where dollar is down, you want to focus on the strong foreign currencies. You're obviously not going to want to look at yen because it is also not really, it doesn't have that strength. You want to focus on the assets that have the strength, which are either going to be NZD, AUD, or, the euro, pound, and, the Swiss.
Yeah, again, if the indexes are a little too busy for you, you don't have anything clean. I like this look here, starting with the dollar looking weak and then looking for the markets that are the strongest against it. I mean, euro and Swiss. I mean, those moves typically don't give back that easily too. So if you like trending markets, again, very similar to what I think we talked about with crude, like it looks like it's trying to trend a little bit. I think you're going to look for lower volatility in other markets right now. I think you see it. I mean, these trends are pretty clear to me. And like I said, you don't see currency trends turn around and do 180s as much like equities. Equities can come all the way back. Typically, unless there's news, currencies, what they kind of do overnight tend to trend a little bit more into the day. Just some food for thought if you watch them, if you're watching those markets.
And then a quick look at the bonds. They are leading the way. This is a pretty textbook way to trade a consolidation. If I wanted to mention this, we have a high, low, failure swings on both sides. We sweep out the high. We have a nice V-shaped reversal with a swing point, and we get a move to the other side of the range. So it's nice to note that bonds have taken out this low. We want to see if we can continue through this as dollar has yet to take out that same low. So we do have a divergence there currently, but I would like to see dollar continue into that low.
And that bond market T is something we've been talking about quite a bit here on NinjaTrader Live. And if the 10s and the 30s continue to go lower, what does that do for equities? And so for the bond market on the ZB, I'm curious, do you have any targets that you look at? I mean, I know that we talk about identifying what the trend is, and it looks bearish, but where do you think this thing, what's the possibilities of this going?
I mean, for me, the way I would like to see it is mainly focused on these areas around 112. Just because, similar to the dollar, these are harder lows to reach for, just as they've taken out lows previous. And so I'm more focused on this just consolidation right here. Those are a lot easier to hit. So if we get a continuation through this low, just looking for it to continue into there, which is just that, August, September low over there. That would be what I would be looking for in terms of a longer term target. And I saw someone in
What
chat say,
would,
I was just gonna say, I saw someone in chat say I could go for UJ. You don't really want to focus on the yen versus the dollar here because the yen is quite bearish, right? And the dollar is bearish today, which is going to make UJ, the Forex currency, it's not going to have as good of a move, right? It's consolidating compared to anything else really paired against the dollar. So, whoever asked that in chat, that's why I would not be focused on that today.
no, thanks for addressing that too. Anybody, if you have any markets you want to have T look at, please put them in the chat. But going back to the bond real quick, where does the day turn around for you in the bonds? Because I'm really watching it very closely. I know many other people are as well. Where does the bond chart all of a sudden go? Maybe we have a low. What would be something you'd look for?
So I'm never going to try to fade a daily range like this. When you see a big trend day, everyone tries to catch a low. What's low is just usually going to go lower. So I always look for those continuations. But if we're going to catch a low, it's going to have to be, at this previous month's low. And the only way for that to occur is to have this next day or the day following really get bought back up and have a nice V-shaped reversal. If we fail to do that and have some sort of consolidation or retracement, then I'm just thinking a continuation lower. So honestly, a good example of that is oil here, right? If we're going to form a low on the daily chart, I'm focused on swing points forming on the monthly chart. So you can see we sweep out this previous month's low, and we have a reversal forming. That's kind of the same thing I'd be looking for here if we're going to form a continuation, or I mean a reversal off this low. Now, the one thing to note, when I want to see a reversal candle formed on a monthly, I want to see price open, trade into that low, and then reverse. When we have price open and make its upper wick, that's telling me a continuation lower on the monthly candle, not a bullish continuation higher.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree. When I look at my stuff too, it's a lot of work to do for the bonds to actually start to look like they're turning over back up. The trend right now is down, and again, I think that continues to put some pressure on equities. What do we got next,
Yeah.
T?
I mean, we can go into the ones that have been trending, since I started on the channel here. We can take a look at gold and silver, and really, it's just keep going higher, right? So, you can see this is why I talked about it. It's not something I want to personally look to short because, like I said, what's high is just going to go higher, and so that's why I'm not trying to pick a high. But you can see if I'm looking to trade something like this, the only way I'm going to get in on this is something intraday and then holding it for a swing, right? So I'm not going to try to long somewhere in here because where is my invalidation? So the only way to approach that is looking for these swing points on the daily and then looking to get inside these daily candles. So when we form a swing point, looking to trade the following candles. And so that is how I would approach it. So today would be one of those days, right? We reach into this gap here. We have a swing point that forms and then looking to trade that higher. Now gold and silver both going higher. You can see gold kind of catching back up. Silver had the strength in the previous week, has a consolidation. It's moving higher. But really, it's just, if you want to try to trade it, you're going to have to get an intraday. Otherwise, where are you going to manage your stops to?
I mean, that's the hardest thing with the metals right now, right? I mean, it's like you look at them on the daily or the monthly and you're like, they're bullish as hell. But it's like when they pull back and the moves are so vicious, it's so difficult to trade. It's why I haven't really traded them. And I'm somebody who's not scared to put a little risk on out there. But it's like, silver and gold, it's like, I mean, I look for the invalidations. They're so wide, and you better hope that those trends keep continuing pushing forward. I like them for short-term day traders on the micros, everybody. But, again, work your stops in that thing. It's just a beast. All the metals are beasts right now.
MGC or SIL are those micro tickers if you want to check them out. But then we can now get into indices, or we can take a look at Bitcoin. Someone in chat asked about that. I mean, very similar, but really volatile. We're speaking about it here. We had a trend, and then this is a consolidation. So like we saw in bonds, if we're going to have a consolidation trade, how is that going to form? Well, we spoke about it here. Did we form a reversal off this high? We have a short-term, reversal on the lower time frame, but this is a retracement. So we make a new high, And then now this is looking more like that V-shaped reversal. So if we're going to form a reversal off the previous month's high, where am I looking for this candle to go to? Well, we have a large range higher. So I'm just looking for it to go back to its intra-monthly lows or back to the monthly open. And then from there, depending on how we react, we can see into this area here. So I am bearish on the Bitcoin, and that would be also for Ethereum. I don't know your thoughts on that because I know you like to buy the dips in crypto.
Yeah, it's not super constructive right here. I mean, I agree. It's like I own some spot in both. It's like I would definitely not be adding here. I like a little bit of chaos in those markets if they start ripping through lows. To me right now, crypto is just untradeable. I think there's too much action, too many other places, especially indexes. We got less than a minute left. Let's see what you've got coming into S&P and
Yeah,
NASI today.
so indices are one of those things where, once again, I don't like to fade the daily candle rarely. And if I do, I'm just looking back to the daily open. So taking a look at how it's forming, you know, this structure is not horrible in terms of looking back intraday to the upside, just because we didn't really form any high right in the week. So a lot of times when I see that, I want to see price return back to that weekly open to either put in its wick and then trade lower, or to open low and then have a bullish week. Now taking a look at it, you know, it's not looking great. Right now it says the Dow is a bit weaker, but I would just be looking for the open to make an intraday, a new intraday low. I'm not really that interested in this. This isn't my type of setup because the daily range has already expanded. So I don't really have a whole lot in indices there. If you get positioned overnight in this, that's great. It's not something I would trade personally, but this is something where I would just personally stay out of it and then use tomorrow and this daily candle closure as a framework to get some more data or analysis.
Yeah, T, it's not the easiest setup coming into today, is it now? You know, we had Sunday night reopen. Monday we were closed. We had another reopen. We've had 2 Globex sessions spill into an RTH where there's been a ton of news, and you've already had a ton of volume. I think it's over 500 or 600K already traded in S&P E-minis already. And so you've almost had a day of trading, and it's all still the same day. It's all been Globex, right? So we've had all this time, and now we'll see what RTH brings. Again, you know, right now you look at it from the opens, it's just trending lower, and I'm with you too. It's like where do you put risk in here on either side? Everybody on the super short-term charts, just work your stops. I think you're going to see a lot of ebb and flow today. I agree with T. It's going to be clear what comes out tomorrow from the indexes. Today you're going to get volatility, do your thing, but just know that I think we're going to see two-way action here today. I'd like to see it go straight lower because I'm short, but it's never that easy, T. It's never that easy.
Yeah. Never that easy. Well, I know my time is up, so thanks for having me on, and thanks everyone in chat for joining us, and I will see you guys next week.
Thank you, my brother. I'll see you later.
See you.
All right, everybody, make sure you go and follow T on X and go check out what he's doing with his YouTube channel. Love his segments with us here on Tuesdays where we dive into all the markets. It's like really the fastest 15 minutes of the week for me because we just go through all these different markets and you get an idea of what trends are. And so go and check out to learn more about T's strategy on his YouTube channel. Now, here we are, Tuesday morning. Let's just get right into it, man. And it's black boxes. Who's better than Merritt and Chris coming off of a 3-day weekend on a very busy market? Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Good morning, boys.
Morning.
Hey, fellas.
Morning, Chris.
Morning.
And good morning, Chad, as well. I've said good morning to you guys a couple of times. Love the chat. Hit that like and subscribe button, everybody. Almost 1,000 people in here. We hit 175K now. We continue to just keep powering forward. Really appreciate all of you being here with us this morning on NinjaTrader Live. Quick recap, guys. This morning we talked about it. You know, obviously, we saw the news over the weekend. Where do we even begin with it, right? There's news across the board. We're not going to touch on all of it, but nonetheless.
What was the news?
President Trump. What was the news? Oh, yeah, what happened?
I'm serious.
You haven't watched any of the news? Do we have to? Shy, we need to bring Shy back in here to go over all the news. No, but obviously with President Trump, what we talking about with the tariff news? Putting a tariff, imposing tariffs on anyone that didn't agree with him in Greenland, and that was going to be on the EU. So that was big news, and it really just just is all stemmed from there. We also are now into negative gamma, which is interesting. And I know you don't watch that too much there, Merritt, but I don't know if you do either, Chris. But ultimately, now you have dealers, they're chasing price. So we're in positive gamma. The market's a little bit more contained. When we're in negative gamma, the markets tend to run more directionally. And so, again, the bottom line is, does any of that matter? Kind of, sort of, maybe. Bottom line is volatility's back, and I think that's the biggest thing, right? You've got VIX pushing back up to 20, which I think is a good thing for day traders. You have some interesting things happen in energy. We talked about natural gas is up nearly 28% this morning. You've got gold and silver back up at all-time highs. Silver's up nearly 8%. And then you've got the dollar getting crushed against the Swissy and the euro. And so those types of things, when you see those markets moving with such great percentages, it obviously is spilling over into equities as well. So guys, we're going to get right into it, and we're going to go over what you guys are seeing. Merritt, do you have any positions on?
Yeah, I just got long a couple contracts of silver as we were coming in. I scaled out into the new high there as you were briefing me on the global macro situation. And yeah, we'll see if this can hold this area. I like where my stop's at here. Got a great scale, so yeah, it's so great. And I wasn't joking or being facetious about the news. I literally had zero clue about what had happened. I'm very often like that. I see big gaps in markets. I understand there's volatility. It will make zero. And this is coming from a place where I've made a lot of mistakes and lost a lot of money. Asking the whys and allowing that to infiltrate what I'm trying to do and allow that to have a bias in the back of my head. This thing should go up. This thing should go down. This news is good. This news is bad. And, I don't do that anymore. And it doesn't mean that I always stick my head in the sand and never know what's going on. But like the situation right now, I truly had no idea, and it has no bearing on my trades or whatnot. I just took some P&L from silver on a momentum small move higher, right? And it doesn't matter what the tariff situation is for that.
No, I agree. I mean, for me, it's more on a personal note where, he's really going after, France, and I've been buying quite a bit of French wine and champagne lately. So it's like, text here. I better up my position sizing across the board here.
I've been stocking up on some Chateauneuf de Pape myself.
Oh, look at you. Oh man, look at Merritt.
What a distinguished gentleman.
He is. Who knew how distinguished this whole group was? We learn something every day here. What also is interesting, though, Merritt, is that you have global yields getting pushed up across. So you got yen yields, Japanese yields.
That's a big one.
That's a big one, right? And then you got 10-year and 30-year really starting to move now. And again, when you see bond volatility like that, that always spills over into equities. And so again, I look at it from, does the macro matter? No, but what is the macro impact? If it starts impacting currencies and bond markets quite a bit, you're going to have a lot more movement in equities. It's just the way it is. And so to me, that's really where I look at it. When you have yields right now in the 30s pushing up 5+%, and you got the 10-year near at 4.3, in an environment where everyone was looking at rates to be coming down, and now you got global yields rising, that jars equities a little bit. So it's something to watch, is to keep an eye on the bond market. And so we know there's going to be volatility there. And so maybe I could see you be pulling up 10-year or 30-year on your charts, because when those are moving, those are good markets.
The 10-year dipped right down to where last year's VWAP closed, right to it, to the tick. That's the low so far. Obviously, we had put in quite a balance area starting in September into October. Really, really sideways. Clearly, this is the breakdown. So really, any retest up into the lower edge of that balance is a really good big picture line in the sand for that market. Bearish until we accept above, what's the level? Really 112, right? You could call it 112 spot 8 to 112, that kind of zone. If we pop back above there, look out for highs. If we're below there, this thing could go down to 109.27, 110, something like that, on kind of a bigger picture daily chart.
Yeah, it gets spicy if we start breaking out through those lows across the board.
Mm-hmm.
That will be interesting for equity indexes. Chris, let's go to you. Let's see what's happening here in the trend. I was thinking about you this morning as I was looking at it, and I'm going, okay.
Thank you.
My perspective is from the beginning of the year, I look at the beginning of the year opening price, and I like to see where we trend from January onward, right? We now have the Nasdaq and S&P make new lows for the year. Russell's just coming off of highs of the year and it's still positive. We have these divergences. Honing in on the Nasdaq and S&P, what are you seeing coming into today?
Yeah, so let me just share the daily charts here to go over that larger structure. You know, actually, it's a little bit better to see in NQ. In NQ, we were in this 25,400 and 26,000 range. And it was just a lot of chop, a lot of hell for a lot of traders. We're gapping down on this news. We opened up around the 400 area, failed to hold it initially. So that's already one sort of sign, you know, that led to lower prices. Now, the big thing here will be if we cannot, I assume maybe in the next day or so, we can have some sort of relief bounce. But if we cannot reclaim the 400 area and get back into this prior range, then I agree with your note yesterday that we will be targeting December lows. And then what I think would be this 24,760s area for NQ. If it does reclaim it, then of course we can go back up, traverse all the way back up to 26,000. That's going to be a big if due to, you know, not only the size of the gap, but also a lot of names were already breaking down in the market, right? We saw software, Max. And then if all these extended names pull back closer, then we won't be able to bounce back like what could happen. For ES, we're seeing a little bit of the same. We flipped back below that prior all-time high. If we cannot reclaim the 6,900 area, which you can see here on the weekly, it's a pretty distinguished bull bear zone here at 6,900. Whenever we get above it, we go up, and if we get below it, we can reject back down. So the next 2-3 days will be really crucial here to see if we can reclaim it. If not, we can go back down to 6,800. Now, to go over today's trade plan structure, in this overnight breakdown, we have triggered a second lower low on the 4-hour, and usually trends complete into that second lower low. Sometimes in aggressive trends, there is a third lower low, but usually they see an end. And due to the extended move from the Sunday or Friday's close, if we can't hold here at 6860s in ES or 25,120s in NQ, we can go and make a new low. I don't know if I would be very surprised if we go to December lows today. I think we still need to consolidate some of this move lower. So I'm focused on some mean reversion opportunities that we can hold here for a little bit of a bounce. If not, we will make a third lower low and then see if another reversal opportunity sets up. And then as far as the hourly structure for the plan for NQ here, here's that big 400 level. You can see that we opened up right at it. We initially failed, pushed down to 260s, bounce. We back tested it, clear resistance, and that led to a move all the way down to 25,100. We have since bounced and are stuck between the 110s and the 25,260s. If we can reclaim the 260s, we can make an attempt to push up to 400 again and test that major resistance. If we cannot, we can go see, maybe we seek a higher low, a deep higher low against the overnight low, or we go make a third lower low. And then maybe at that point, set up a reversal into Tuesday. And then acceptance at the lows, failure to bounce will mean that I do start looking for a move down to 24,950s. And then that December low that you're also looking for.
Yeah, I love your analysis and give me insight into the trends here, because I like to see that we're aligned right around the same prices. 69.02 to 69.12 was an area for me in S&P, and Nasdaq. I got roughly 25,450 to 500 and right in that area. And those are keys. And you could see the opening range overnight. We opened up in Nasdaq and went straight down. It's never that easy, but I do think that the market has changed its tune a little bit. And again, it's because of all these things that are going on, possibly on the macro side were the trigger. But I think that the market I've been talking about, I think has been kind of setting up for more volatility. And here we go. I think we're going to have I agree with you as well that we're going to have a little bit of a two-way tape here today. I don't think it's just going to be, I don't think they go all the way to December lows today. That would be something to see if that did happen. But I do think there's going to be a fight. And again, we'll be watching you guys. Volatility's back, boys. Great to see it. Great to see the two of you. I will hand it over to you. Chat, show some love for my boys. Hit that like and subscribe. Like I said, 175K. We've got some big stuff coming for 200K. And it'll be a year on March 17th. If you guys remember, March 17th last year, top of the morning to you, was St. Patrick's Day when we started NinjaTrader Live, this launch of what it is today. And so I'd like to see us get to 200K by then. And that would be a massive amount of giveaways and fun stuff that we'll be doing. So like I said, show your support, hit like and subscribe. We appreciate all of you. Boys, I hand it to you. Have a great trading day. I'll be watching.
All right, brother. Good to talk to you. Hopefully we kick it off in March and we have another April like last April. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
I cannot believe that's been a year ago. It feels like April happened and we're still just coming out of it. That was, oh man.
I just want to
So I hopped back into this silver.
Okay.
And then I again scaled out on this little pop higher, and we'll see if the runner can go this time. I'm like a little mosquito. It's my favorite analogy of me as a trader. Just buzzing around, just trying to get a little taste. Just give me a little taste. I keep getting swatted away by the big animals. Keep trying. Good morning, Coop.
Yeah, morning, everybody. Coop. Hey, Salma.
Morning, chat.
See you. Hey, Chris. Video Arcade. Everybody.
Incredible team, Indiana. Congratulations.
Go Sports. Hell yeah.
They kicked Bama's tail, that's for sure. Oof. The infamous, the ambiguous duo. Who remembers that skit?
Hey, Spencer. Put some respect on my name. Where's that from? You guys don't know that one. Wow, Daddy Merritt.
What's up?
You had some fans in the chat.
Oh, really? Oh, thanks, Futures Flex.
Who'd you pay to tell you that?
It's my burner account. I typed it myself. Ace and Gary, yes. So what? So we are threatening tariffs on anyone who doesn't who isn't on our side in terms of the hopeful Greenland acquisition.
Yeah.
That's it? Okay.
He's bullying everybody. Oh, that doesn't go there. It goes over here. No, stop it.
I am so excited about the eventual crash in metals. I'm so excited about that. What goes up must come down. It takes a tremendous amount of energy and whatnot and participation to elevate a market like this. This silver daily chart looks like a freaking low float biotech stock. And I have enough experience with that to tell you that when it starts to crack, it's as violent or more than the way that it's gone up. And I'm really looking forward to that. I'm not saying I'm obviously long right now, so I'm not saying it's imminent. But that is how the cycle completes. It doesn't just fizzle out. Silver doesn't just go to 100 and just then decide to just stay there. That won't be what happens, is my guess. I had a student, he might be watching right now. He's a friend of mine at this point. We've played some golf together. He told me, this guy's a bit of a conspiracy theorist. And when I say, these days, it turns out like, 5 years ago, if you were a conspiracy theorist, you were truly kind of a conspiracy theorist. It turns out a lot of the conspiracy theorist people were right about everything, right? And that's kind of the way the world is now. This guy's a conspiracy theorist. He's on the next level. So anyways, so he tells me, I forget when this was, maybe 2 years ago. He tells me, silver, you got to load up on it. Silver, it's going crazy. He was telling me the whole deal about how like it's being secretly acquired and the central banks and on the gold and the in there something about the exchanges and the way, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. I didn't listen to him. I didn't do it. But man, what a trade. I hope I need to ask him how that's going. I'm sure it's going well. I didn't do it.
You didn't do it. I didn't do it either. All right, so we have 10 minutes into the open. Sort of sideways here in the last hour or so for ES and NQ. You're long silver, right?
Hanging on by a thread. Yep.
Chris, am I doing anything with stocks? Yeah, I'm looking to buy the pullback in leaders, home builders, memory, right? Drones, defense. Home builders really shot up. So I'm looking to buy pullbacks in those. I don't think we're going to get a big breakdown in the market. I think we're going to have maybe like a 2018, 2021, where we're just in a large multi-month range. Even if we get like a 5-10% pullback. So if into those pullbacks,
But we've already been in that situation. That's the thing I think a lot of people are missing. On a back adjusted basis, at least, we put in that high in late October last year in the S&P. That's 7,013. We traded all the way down to 65.86, right? We'd been to 6,600 back in early October. So that rotation established that swing really from October 10th up until the high on October 30th. That's the range. And we poked above it recently, but we've just fallen back into that range, right?
Yeah.
You see it differently?
I see a much bigger range taking place. Like in 2018, we were in a 10% range. Up here, we're in like in a 2 to 3% range. Favorite drone stock or ETF? The leaders are my favorite drone stocks. Just the whole sector's on fire right now. See if I can update this before we start.
Out on silver. Two trades, two scale outs, and two stops on the cores leaves me up $300.
Stake on Merritt.
My point of that was that's a perfect case study of nice quality scale outs when you get a little momentum in your favor. Not being rigid about it, seeing what the momentum kind of gives you and trying to take it. You can, again, that's that mosquito mentality where it allows me to kind of position myself and then sit back and see if, the trade essentially gets lucky because it's totally out of our control, and does something we're looking to see or that it could possibly do. So with the scale out, you end up, obviously there's a trade-off. You scale out, you're cutting off your potential future gains, right? But you are reducing your risk by a proportionate amount. So it's
I like that better. What do you?
yeah, it's complicated when you really get into the nerdy aspect of all in, all out, scale out, all these kind of things. But there's definitely a liberating factor to scaling out. Allows you to kind of not draw down as much sometimes when you're at least getting a little bit of rotation in your favor. So,
And also when you're learning,
food for
it
thought.
helps. I
Yeah,
feel like
sure.
it helps since there's a lot of discretionary issues where people get FOMO and they see a little bit of profit and they're just making more emotional decisions versus say, hey, let me take in partials, reduce my risk or eliminate it if I'm at a certain point where I can. And then you can still have the opportunity to learn from what you need to learn as you're in the trade.
Oh, I meant to talk to Deli about crude. Not that he needs to hear what I think, but him and I have kind of been following crude and talking about this bullish thesis for a while. So it's underway. We got a really nice spike up to 62, which, by the way, that spot right up there is 61.50, 61.60s. That's last year's VWAP in that market. So that's where that market went to and wicked. So the bullish thesis is underway. That was kind of an interesting first spot to go wick. Now that we've come back down, and I'll make this quick. Bullish thesis is underway. Bullish thesis does not get taken out, big picture, unless we substantially hold below 57.25. 57.25 is where we're at. That's last year's value area low, and it's confluence with a couple other periods metrics as well. So there's the line in the sand for the continuation of the thesis. 66 to 70 is our upside target area. So the risk reward is still heavily skewed in the bull's favor here. However, this retracement and hold underneath 60-30. Okay, 15 to 60-30. That's a really good kind of short-term over-under. We've just pushed into it right now here as I speak. And so that's a spot to potentially look out for, trim. Because if we hold here, we could stay rotational for a while within the bullish bigger picture.
Oh,
If we get above there and hold,
down.
we can put our foot on the gas again.
Yeah, guys. ONDS, KTOS specifically. I really like that one. Am I expecting to go short or long? You know,
Tell us. What'll it be?
I do like long into resistance and then short at resistance. How about that?
Long into resistance.
Or long on a new low. We'll see. We'll see. Well, it'll, in this sort of structure, I'm more zone to zone. It's been very, I mean, I haven't done it this year, but it's just been very tough to hold runners overnight for trends. It just hasn't been happening. We go up one day, we go down the next day. So I'm more zone to zone lately between these hourly zones you guys see, but this can be a higher low against the overnight low and bounce up to test the overnight highs. But we do have big resistance at 68.93 in ES and 262.80s in NQ that if we can hold up there, then we can see a stronger move higher to get a relief bounce. We're opening up 1.4% in the SPYs, 1.7%. Let's see if we rally here. Yeah, NQ just reclaimed that overnight first low. So now we need 260s to hold that support here. And if it can, then that can set up a move into 400. Wow, what a rejection. And a lot of names breaking down. What are home builders doing? Man, is that a buy in home builders? Wow, zero pullback in drone stocks. All right, well, so far we're just dancing around here. If we can hold here 260s and we can see a strong push higher, that'll be a big F here. This is the push attempt. Now we need to hold. ES is holding 68 zone. Has to hold on to put this potential pullback to seek a higher low and see if we can consolidate and then set up higher. Something like this.
Crude is ripping higher.
Look at that. Strong. So far it's being bought.
Yep.
Successful reclaim at 260s to 270s here in NQ, now to 330s, which is the overnight sort of wedge breakdown. If we can hold this 330s and push out, then we can see 400, 420s. That's the big resistance here that we need to reclaim, which I would short that on the first test. That just reminds you guys of, I highlighted that on the 4 hour, we're into the second lower low. So trends usually end at that point, unless we make a third and final, either lower low or higher high. And we're seeing the reversal higher off that second lower low, just indicating that we could have possibly seen the low of this initial drop. And now we're getting a relief bounce to back to some strong resistance, which I will look to join on the short side on the first test.
Oh, we got a lot moving here. It's good. Nothing too interesting for me yet in the S&P as we're essentially wedging, consolidating around the middle of developing value for the session, around VWAP above and below. So nothing super exciting there. Metals are selling off. It does make sense. They've kind of wicked some +2 standard deviations on some time frames. So obviously there's always room for pullback in that type of a situation.
All right, let's see how this initial pullback holds in ES and NQ. We did reclaim 260s here. If we can hold and create a higher low, then we can see that move to 400, which is where I would love to short. Man, silver and gold is down, but uranium still nonstop. What's copper doing? Down. Yeah, uranium's much stronger at the moment.
Big uranium guy these days?
Just to get some exposure if we get a pullback. Silver and gold haven't had much of a pullback, so I can't really join. And IBP got home builders are getting bought up. Pretty strong market at the moment. So this can continue. See what happens if ES can get to 6890s and then 400 for NQ. That's major, major resistance. All right, here's the first 2-minute high or low. So far, let's see if we can hold. If not, we are gonna go make new lows. Well, I don't know about overnight lows, but just this recent action since the open. Sort of a wait and see here for me. There's need to wait for more structure.
So a tricky little sequence for me. I went long up there in the 6880s in the S&P for those of you that were not watching, and then it was not working, kind of stalling. I scratched out of it, and then just based on what I saw on the tape, I actually flipped short. Very, very rare for me to do that. But just, and now we're seeing a massive passive seller.
Yeah, if we fail to lose this, well, I have what you don't look at a time frame, right? Do you look at tick chart?
I mostly look at volume-based charts, yeah.
Right, right. So we have a good higher high, higher low here on the 2-minute. That's what really needs to give out for us to see a move back down in both ES and NQ. If that happens, then we do get that a flush lower again. But so far, this higher low tested this recent breakout in ES at 72, and then NQ at 250s, 260 zone. So if that can hold and continue to hold, we can build structure up here, form a little bit of a wedge, then we can get a continuation higher. But if we cannot, then we fail, and then we get to drop that Merritt once.
I came out of it. It would just
Okay.
The buyers were pressing. They were getting absorbed right in that VWAP area, and then all of a sudden the passive seller kind of lifted away, and the buying continued, as you can see in the delta there. And so I wanted no more part of it. Like I said earlier, it's choppy action in the middle of DVA, so I don't want to be too active in that area for my style.
Yeah, we're still holding. Look at that. We're now attempting to push out.
Yeah, look at these buyers are just relentless.
We're in a little consolidation ever since the open. 35-minute candles. So the break of this little tiny range will get us the next move. All right, ES is leading. Yeah, they're just buying up the cyclical small caps, RTY, got bought up. Home builders. Industrials. But it can still be choppy here, so I'm just waiting myself. Need more structure. We're now entering 20 minutes into this consolidation since the open. And then if we can't hold, then I will consider it a short. Or short from higher. If you're long, hey, you're getting your points. Oh, I love KASY, Mark. It hasn't pulled back at all. Look at that thing. Beautiful base breakout. That's a name I want to buy on a pullback for sure. Define. I've covered that extensively. You know what? I actually have a video on Twitter maybe a week ago. I think it's 10, 15 minutes long on acceptance. So if you go to my profile and scroll down a few posts, you'll come into that video on acceptance where you can just watch it. So it's just a tiny consolidation here in ES and Q right after the open. We're wedging up. We're attempting to hold this 260s in NQ, ES, this 880s. If we can't, we're going to attempt to push back down.
Better looking high there. That was kind of the sequence that I was looking for earlier. If I flip over to the S&P here, this is kind of what I was looking for over here, where we've got this wedging structure. You're almost kind of compressing into these highs. You run the stops through the highs right there, and then the sellers slam it back. But so far, look at this again. A real lack of aggressive selling. It's almost more passively driven day anytime we're moving towards the downside. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. If that trend persists, we'll note it as a kind of a passive type of driven day versus a normal aggressive driven day.
So you're just saying that the selling attempts aren't as strong as they could be?
The net aggressive selling, the net volume done into the bid is not normal on this current down rotation off of this high.
Okay.
Usually you get a down rotation, you have more net aggressive selling, right? That's what normally combines with movement. And so with this one, we see delta higher as price is lower. And so the only way that happens is when there's passive sellers absorbing the aggressive buys. not allowing price to go through them to go higher.
So we have a really good wedge structure starting to form here in NQ. ES is a little bit different. But if we can continue to hold here and fail to lose 260s in NQ, then we can see higher to 400. But if not, I am considering a short here. We're about to enter, oh no, we're at 20 minutes of consolidation since the open. 4 5-minute candles back to back. This should expand soon here.
Right. Craig pointing out we got the potential Supreme Court ruling today. I assume that's going to be a market mover.
What time is that?
He said 10 Eastern, I'm assuming. Do I look at level 2 to spot passive sellers? No, level 2 is potential buyers and sellers. Level 2 is depth away from where we're trading. That's what level 2 is. Level 2 is not actual trades taken. The only thing I look at are actual trades taken.
If we can get a pullback against this breakout attempt. Oh, there it is. All right, so we're breaking out of that 20-minute consolidation. I have a limit order here, but did not get filled. It ran up. And I was waiting to see if we would pull back. Look at that, nice push so far. We held where we needed to hold, right? We wanted to see those higher lows into 260s, and so far we did that. We created a wedge, we consolidated, and as it was starting to push out, I put in a limit order to see if we could get a little bit of retracement. No luck. Since we're now breaking out of that 20-minute range that we formed. Don't go without me.
This whole up move ever since the overnight low, in my view, is kind of a bear flag. And we're kind of putting in these highs into weekly VWAP.
Yeah, I can see that. I would love the top of that bear flag to be 400 in NQ or 6890s. ES back down. Looks like that's going to be a little microfilled breakout.
Yes, I can't read it. Oma dash Tari or whatnot. Yes. I always run my VWAPs from Globex. Small correction. Most all of my VWAPs run from Globex opens. I also look at RTH only VWAPs just to get that additional view. To me, it's always made the most sense. I look at a running VWAP as a measure of inventory, right? That's kind of what it is. It's for all the trades that have been done, what's the volume weighted average price? And so I see it as a measure of inventory, if you will, and where that is. And so I want to measure that from when the market opened, which is, 5 p.m. my time on the prior calendar day.
Yeah, it looks like ES just wanted to take out that recent overnight high, push back down. So far we're failing to push out, and ES is confirming more of a range bound day. NQ has been the strongest.
Man, gold is just, it's hard to tell on this volume-based chart, but what's the timestamp here? 8:39. It's currently 8:56. Almost 20 minutes of just tight chop. You hate to see it.
I think at this point, they're just going to wait for possible court decision. I'm just going to wait for that. Yeah, cyclicals are strong. All right, so this pushing yes is failing. More consolidation here. We have a couple minutes here into a possible court decision. See what we get. In the meantime, guys, let's get those likes up. It's only 330 while there's 1,100 of you here.
Is what Craig's saying is are ADDs, is that advanced declines? What's ADDs?
Perhaps for those sectors, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So there's a breadth issue. Interesting.
I mean, it's been a breadth issue this whole year.
Really?
Yeah, decision on tariffs. NQ remains strong. Yes, choppy. Best to just wait and see what happens. Home builders getting a good pullback here. See how they set up. And the leader is very little pullback. SNDK, guys. Oh, do we have news here? No, not yet.
Yeah, I think we're imminent on the potential 15-minute window from what I hear of the decision.
Yeah, so far it's still in a range since the open. Maybe some volume picks up here. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Except lower. We have two inside 5-minute candles back to back. So we're going to see an expansion here soon. Feels like a non-event. Not much is happening. All right, so ES is attempting to, well, coming down to the bottom of the recent consolidation since the open. Oh, there you go, getting something. All right, so here's the recent range since the open. We just tested 68.68. If that, when that truly fails here in ES, that's what can lead to the move lower. So this bounce attempt needs to fail. Then we need to hold down here and then see a move lower. For NQ, so strong. All we did was test that 260 zone again. We remain range bound. The move will come when this breaks. If you look at the RTH session, we've just been in a range since the open, since that 930 candle. But ES is attempting lower here. ES in a 4-hour consolidation. Pretty much this is the range that we're working with in ES. So we can get some acceptance down here that could lead to a move lower. If not, we bounce, but don't overtrade here.
All right, I have the gold long on here, tight stop. Where, we got a little pickup, a little boost. Got some S&P shorts on from the highs and some other accounts. I got the gold on here. I don't have a usual stop loss. I don't have any kind of fixed distances or anything like that. I have all kinds of ways and tactics of approaching things. Sometimes I have a super, super tight momentum stop where I'm either kind of right or right out. Most times I will put a stop just generally beyond the area where the momentum has shifted, which has triggered me to get in, right? So the market's been drifting up. It starts to turn. I'm seeing, okay, it looks like sellers are taking it over. I'm typically putting a stop somewhere around that high there to determine if I'm correct for the time being or wrong for the time being for that attempted entry.
Yeah. Nice long. Let's see if we get new highs for you. Yeah, not much
It
going
is
on here for the
feels
indices.
very heavy gold. It's trying to go higher and it's just really, really stuck in the mud. Eric with the good one.
All right. This is now what? 35 minutes of this range. Yes,
In indices.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing this more like this, right? With the failure breaks at the top and
Yeah.
now just a retrace of that right here. That's how I'm seeing it. But where are you, sellers? They're not there.
Almost like if we're waiting for something, you know?
No ruling today.
Oh, really?
Proceed.
Okay.
Does anyone else have this problem where they're constantly doing accidental right clicks with their mouse? Or am I the only one? Anybody else?
Accidental right clicks.
Accidental right clicks. Yeah, sounds like I'm not the only one. Because like the ergonomics of your hand, I think that's why they make some of those mice that are like vertical like this, like sideways, is because our hands aren't like this. Our hands are like this, so that right side is constantly getting that little extra pressure if you're not really, really conscious about it. You can't trick me, street salsa. Everyone else has already agreed. I love that name though, street salsa. Probably a big Christian fan. Man, gold is just not trading cleanly. Indices trading cleaner. All right, 47.47 spot 3. I just want no part of this if it starts to turn at all. Indices looking good for Papa. No selling. It's official, guys. It's a passive day in the S&P. It's official. Finally made it down to developing value area low for the session. The lower -1 standard deviation there.
Yeah, we're not. Yes, much weaker than NQ. NQ doesn't want to give up yet. I took a short. I have a very tight stop. But I'm looking to close it here if we don't move. I think the one in short was yes. That one is much, much, much weaker. We have a 2-minute wedge breakdown attempt here in NQ, which is what I used to get short. You guys can see that. But we're still into that 260 zone. So if we can't break down here, then I'll just close it and continue to wait. I'm looking to capture the move away from this consolidation. I have 268.
Stop fit.
All right, took a 0.5 R loss. It looks like we'll remain range bound. Watching ES here as it's into the bottom of this range to see if we can form some acceptance. Oh, no, we think it's something. The U.S. Supreme Court decides to not issue a highly anticipated ruling. Oh, today. It's pretty much what we've been told. Just got that alert.
We'll scalp short silver.
Still remain weak here on the indices. Does it now break down?
Scratched it at break even.
This is now almost an hour of sideways since the open. What are the indicators I have? I have cumulative delta down here and then RSI. And then these bars, these zones that you see, it's an indicator I created with Ninja that just automate for support and resistance. NQ's heading for 24,000. Yeah, maybe. I know December lows. If we can't reclaim 400 here, we'll go to December's lows. It will finally mean we form some acceptance below this multi-week range we've been in. All right, yes, is bouncing from support here. So far, I think I talk about this a lot, this ping pong action that we get. Whenever there's a change in character, it'll mean by we create a lower high and then we reject back down and consolidate and then set up the breakdown. So from here is where we want to see if this does become a lower high in ES against this bounce attempt. And then we hold down here more and then we break down. That'll be the sort of the confirmation you're looking for. If we do not, then we're just going to go back up higher to 68.90s. And then at that point, maybe attempt another break or reject and remain range bound. But here goes NQ. NQ's hanging out at the bottom of this range as well.
Mm-hmm. NQ's been hanging around its Globex session VWAP, right? Whereas the S&P has actually been at its lower standard deviation. So in Q, still with relative room to catch up to those areas, depending on how you're looking at it, of course. Let's see some sellers, shall we? Wake them up.
Yeah, so
No,
far
just more buying.
NQ still holding this 260s. That's a important level here recently.
Mm-hmm.
You can see this overnight action. We held it. We tried to hold it here. We did consolidate above it for a while. Then we broke down. We back tested it once, probably like 2 hours ago. We reclaimed it at the open, and so far we're now in some consolidation chop right at it. So it's still support. It's still acting as support.
Looks like a fake
Yes.
little head fake lower here.
Yeah, ES held. That was a higher low against the recent low. So now we can push back up to higher.
That little sequence caused me to flatten out of the S&P short there. I came out at around 75 around VWAP. Did not like the what could have been, what should have been, what was trying to happen that quickly failed, and then the buyers just ripping right again. Do not want to be short that market right now. No, Yoda, no initial balance for me.
Nice push back up.
Mm-hmm.
Strong 5-minute candle. Hourly can now push up here in ES out of this 4-hour consolidation. So we can get a little bit of consolidation here. And form a little bit of acceptance into 68.90s, and that can give us a push to 69.18. So I'll be looking for a ES long here if we can hold.
Nee Hall says, "Do you use multiple time frames, Merritt?" I can't breathe without multiple time frames. I can't even look at a market without multiple time frames. I don't know anything about a market until I see multiple time frames. That's how much I use multiple time frames.
Yeah, it's
big relative volume here, pushing, north of 200% for this 3-minute bar, 270%. That's just experience there for me on being short, seeing kind of what was attempting to unfold, and very, very quickly seeing this is different. The speed of the tape is different. The amount of volume behind things is different. And that was back at VWAP. That was 20 points ago, right? That's a big, big takeaway for those of you who are really interested in the short-term trading, coming here to learn today. I cut the short off as a winner. I scratched out of it. It wasn't a loser though. How long did it take me to do that though and not care emotionally? Probably like 6 years. Probably about 6 years.
Wow.
But that was one of my biggest problems was no, I'm serious. I didn't fix that in 8 months, 6 months, 3 months. I didn't read a trading book and fix that. It took me 6 years to master a lot of my demons, or at least understand them enough to not allow them to dictate me and and hijack my progress towards my goals that I care about most, rather than getting so hung up on this trade and its meaningless, inconsequential results to my big picture goals and what I'm working towards. Took me many years to get there. I'll be the first to tell you, I think I was one of the worst suited, naturally suited individuals to be a trader that could possibly exist. And that's not some underhanded backdoor compliment to myself about how I did it and overcame. No, I'm just being real and letting you guys know I was awful. Super risk seeking, super big think I'm smart, need to be right, all about the analysis. Here's what should happen. Super from childhood, put the weight of the world on my shoulders, need like success, avoid failure, and seeing a trade as a failure, seeing a trade as an attack against my sense of well-being and sense of purpose. I was the worst person cut out for just stepping in and being a good trader. The worst. And I go on that rant there for you guys to maybe inspire some of you, to let you know that, man, it's hard, it's tough. You're gonna write like I did in your journal, all caps. You should just quit! Exclamation point. Maybe some expletives in there. It's not easy.
All right, let's see if we can hold up here into 68.93. That can set up the move into 69.13 in ES.
Exclamatives. I think we're going to see about 1,800 more contracts come in here on the aggressive buy side versus the sell side here. In the next, minute and a half, give or take. Loon, that's the recipe for success, though. You keep stacking that MFE to at least to MAE type ratio on what your trading is, regardless of where the P&L ends up. I might write my next Apteros newsletter blog kind of post on that. I'm gonna write that down on a note. I've talked about it in the past, but it's been several years ago.
Hey, Nick.
Hmm? Oh,
Fiber optics says he's 10 months into this. Just keep your expenses down so you can learn.
yeah, fiber optic. It's just it's totally free. Just there's a typically on like the bottom of some of the pages on our website, Apteros Trading. You can subscribe to the newsletter. We put that out. Try to do once a week. Sometimes it ends up being once every other week, but once a week is the goal. Things have been a little hectic around here with all of our new launch stuff. So I put one out recently, but we were a little behind on it. Most of the time, as Merritt gave in the terms of time, usually is what we all hear from most of traders. The only thing I would add is time, assuming quality. Yeah, I know nothing. My high school basketball coach used to say, practice doesn't make perfect. And he didn't coin this phrase. I'm sure you all know it. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. There's so much truth in that. You could practice and you could be literally making yourself worse. You could be reinforcing bad habits. This is why things like mentoring from someone you can trust, someone who's been there, someone to look over your shoulder as a trader and kind of guide you for a while is such a big deal. You don't know what you don't know. A lot of times you don't know what holes you have in your process. You don't know what things that you're potentially doing that are too reactive or fear driven, because it's so ingrained and it's something that you've practiced and it's something that you even think is a good part of your process, and it's a negative thing for your trading. So there's a lot to this. So we knew gold and silver were struggling. I took a couple shots long looking for the continuation. So it does not surprise me to see this down leg we've seen in them. Wasn't a trade for me, but not surprising to see.
All right, so I'm just waiting here. There's really nothing for me to do. There's no consolidation. There's no pullback. We're seeing the immediate push higher from that test of support. So far, we are above 68.93 in ES, which was the first resistance zone to reclaim. So now I want to see on a pullback to hold it, to then set up the move into 69.18. But I just have to be patient for that. For NQ, same thing. We're in this, we're attempting to break out of this pretty much hour-long range that we've been in. But we are right under that 400 zone, which is pretty strong resistance, the 420 area. That's truly what we need to reclaim to see much higher. Prior week low as well there. So I think that can act as resistance, and I'm looking for a short there. But ES is moving now, and I just have to wait till rules are met.
Well, I was wrong about that last flurry of buying so far in that like minute and a half window I gave earlier. It was a cheeky little call. Didn't happen. I'll be the first to admit. Still looking for that. The buyers have stalled out here as we see, but I still think there's some kind of capitulation to be had that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, very strong here.
Yeah, into the +2 standard deviation for the session. I really like this question. Merritt, you said it took 6 years. What was the tipping point? I could point to a couple of things where I remember that there was a change that happened, but it's more so in a positive type of sense. This is a terrible analogy, but it's more so like boiling a frog in water. They don't realize it, right? That's the analogy. You just slowly turn up the heat, slowly turn up the heat. That has been my experience personally and with traders that I've worked with on the desk. There's not some aha thing that you read or that someone tells you. There are a million of those, but none of them make you new and make you consistently profitable the next day. You might think it does. And guess what? You're on some emotional roller coaster because you think, now I've arrived. Oh, now I'm down in the dumps because I had a losing day. Now I've arrived. Stop doing that. It's a long, long journey with many peaks and many valleys. And there's not one thing that's going to make the difference. It's a million things. You have to be like a frog getting boiled in water. Next thing you know, you're boiling. Next thing you know, you look up. A lot of times I have to tell traders, they don't realize it because they've bought in, they're coachable, they're working so hard, they've got their nose down, they're grinding. I have to come tap them on the shoulder at some point and be like, hey, guess what? You're literally a CPT. This is what it looks like. This is what it feels like. You are there, believe it or not. It's not what it's being. Turning CPT is not what people envision in their minds. They think it's a light bulb. They think it's a click. They think it happens. It doesn't.
Yeah, our median muscle. uh, you gotta just let the trade or let the move happen. If you're not in it, you're not in it. There's so many opportunities that happen on a daily basis that if you miss 1 hours of if you miss a move inside an hour, it's just wait for your next rules to be met if it's part of your plan whenever we get to a location you like. How did I find trading? I got into trading. I mean, my story is a bit negative, but I got into trading because long story short, I got into trading because my family lost everything during 2008 when my kidneys failed and I got sick. So I wanted to make money passively. I thought passively, obviously it's not, but I wanted to make money so I could have money whenever I got sick again. And I wouldn't be able to, because I couldn't work. I was sick. My mom her business failed because she was taking care of me because I was sick, right? Her son was sick. She had to take me to dialysis appointments 3 times a week, 8 hours a day. So she couldn't keep her business alive. So it was just to a pursuit to have money to help the family. So it was a no Lambo, no cars, no watches. It was just, can I please make money to take care of my family and my health? All right, so just continue to wait here. Strong, no pullback. Maybe this is the start of the consolidation here that we want to see. Yeah, I've been patient here. I just, I'm a much slower trader when we're in a range. And then when we attempt to break a range, I need to wait for my rules to be met. That was such a good bounce from support, though. Beautiful. So if you guys are along that, pay yourselves and then, ride the rest. See if we can push up to 420s in NQ and then ES to 69.18. The big test will be on this first pullback, see if it holds.
The price action here, I like short in the S&P, but the order flow is really bugging me. It's just not, there's no signal there for anything.
Cam, so I have a lot of videos on X if you want to go check them out. No YouTube. Yeah, it's strong. But we're consolidating now in the last few 15 minutes. No, this is 2 minutes. Last 5-6 minutes. We're just super extended, so this bounce makes sense. Just no entry ever since that bounce. See if we can get into like 410s in NQ to I'll look for a short there.
Fellowship updates. We have rejected a lot of applications, but we are still working through them. The whole team, day and night, we're working through them.
Yeah. They need better stories, huh?
I'll tell you what, for the scholarship positions, man, once it gets down to a certain, quality threshold of applications, it's tough, guys. It's not something I've ever had any experience with before, really, is, going through resumes and applications and stuff like that. And man, there's going to be a lot of people that are rejected for these 15 seats that very well, could be the most deserving and whatnot of it. And that's just how it has to be. There's so many and so many high quality applications that it's just, there's going to be so many. I just want you guys to know that, who are listening, who are maybe applied and are hoping, there's going to be so many really, really high quality folks that are going to have to be rejected because there's just not enough seats. So it's tough, but I'm really looking forward to it. The actual implementation, not the rejections.
$15 seats, huh? I'm sure you're getting what? Is it over 1,000 applicants already or no?
No, I forget what it is exactly. It's several hundred, but no, not over 1,000 yet.
All right, so NQ tagged 410s, which is main resistance that it needs to reclaim, and we do need acceptance up there. to get a more sustainable move higher. But it has also been strong. Yeah, second higher high on the 2-minute. We have a second higher high, higher low here. Higher high 1, higher low 1, higher high 2, higher low 2.
I wish there was a way we could force people in these applications to not use ChatGPT. That's a new wrinkle in the world of analyzing a human application for something, given that they didn't write it, and it's very obvious that at a high, a lot of people use that, and so it's an interesting wrinkle. It doesn't feel right to me to fault them for that, because it is a tool, and being resourceful and using tools is a part of being a good trader. So it's really, really interesting. I feel at a loss for how to really do an HR job, and instruct my team to help and whatnot with how to pour through some of these interviews. It's a tough thing. It's a tough position to be in. A little inside baseball here, probably too much to talk about publicly, but it's tough. But yeah, we're going to follow up with interviews once we get to a lower number, once we do an initial filter or two.
All right, so we're getting the rejection now from 410s. I did take the short.
Nice.
Looking to see if we can come back down. Take some off at 1R if that gets hit. We'll see. It's we pushed up pretty hard. That's really, really, really strong resistance there that we need acceptance. We need to hold for multi hours to get a more sustainable move higher. So to me, that is an A+ location. We also back tested prior week low. Now we can still continue higher, and if so, I'll take a stop, but this is a really good location for me.
Yeah, from a pure price action perspective, like I said earlier, I would love to jump on this with you. I really like it. It's not like an A+ type of narrative situation, but just from an intraday spot, I really like it. It's such a good trade from you. I take issue. The order flow, it just doesn't give it to me. There's nothing really great there yet. Wish you luck though.
It's just a trade.
That's right.
Out of, all the ones we take on a yearly basis. Do our best to frame it well, analyze and prepare in the morning. I mean, if I share this hourly plan again here in NQ, all we saw was this hold 260s, which I brought up that we could hold 260s. We can see a push to 400, 410s. We did that. And then from there, reject. It's very strong resistance. Like that is crucial. It's a big, big, big key zone. That it's the support of the multi-week range that we've been in. So to me, a short on the first test of that makes sense, especially because on the 15-minute here, we had RSI divergence into that push higher. So scenario 2 for me is playing out, scenario 1.2, which was if we could hold 260s, we can push up to 410s area and then reject. Because again, we do need acceptance there. We do need some strong participation, negotiation from buyers and sellers to hold. And then now we've moved back below the prior highs of the prior range that we were in, which is good, which is what I want to see. And now let's see if we can come down to 1 hour to pay myself. I average probably 2 trades a day. I used to do more back in the day, but 1 or 2 in the first 2-3 hours, and that's it. Since 80% of my scenarios that I plan for the morning complete in those first 2-3 hours, so then at that point it's like, okay, I did what I had to do. All right, so I took half off at 1 hour. I'm looking to see now if we can push back down to the other side of the range, the prior range that we've been in. And guys, 6,900, big level for ES as well. Like these are multi-week range back tests that we just had. So you can imagine that all the negotiation that has to take place back there, because once we are able to hold it, imagine the move that will transpire as we traverse back to the other side of that weekly range, right? So that's pretty big. But my risk is paid for, so my trade is good. Hey, Mark, that's awesome. Have safe flights. Chris, you said the downtrend ended after the second lower low on a higher time frame. Why are you shorting there? Because that was a 4-hour downtrend, so it did end. So I'll bring that up. The downtrend on the 4-hour ended into the second lower low, right? I'm glad you remember that. We have a lower low, lower high, second lower low into 25,000 and bounce. When a 9 EMA trend ends, we now revert back into the 20 EMA area to start a larger consolidation. And pretty much what I've done is sort of take it a short. We haven't exactly hit the 20 EMA cloud area, which is this red cloud, but we did backtest a prior week low, huge zone here of this multi-week consolidation. So from a much shorter time frame, that's a really good location for a counter trend move, because all this is doing is now going to create a 4-hour consolidation. So you can imagine multi 4-hour consolidation can be a couple good opportunities on a 2-minute time frame. And that's pretty much what I acted on. So yes, 4-hour downtrend did end, but now into the bounce and consolidation from that, there was an opportunity for me to engage on the short side. We have divergences on the 15-minute. We had completed the 2-minute uptrend, which means we had the higher high, higher low, second higher high. So I relied on the 2-minute trend ending as well on the upside to act on that idea. And then I took half off at 1R, so my risk is paid for, and we'll see if we push lower. If not, like if we don't, then we bounce back up. Then at that point, you can say, okay, maybe at this point, we can now form acceptance at 400 and then have a significant move higher. So then at that point, that's when I focus on longs into continuation higher. That was good observation though. Nice, Mike. I'm gonna see if we can still see a little bit lower. as we're now in a multi 4-hour consolidation. So that can mean we can come back down to this 260 zone again. But I'm not holding my breath. Yes, dynamic is a good word. The 9 EMA or the 9, I can answer that. The 9 EMA or the 9 SMA is a magnet because that's the best moving average that trend sequence follows. In all time frames, when we have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, or a lower low, lower high, all the bounces, so for example, all the pullbacks in an uptrend are into the 9-10 MA area. You usually have a 4 to 6 candle consolidation here in each sort of pullback. And so the 9 MA or the 10 MA, really, I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's just off by very little. Ends up being the best moving average for the trend sequence that the market follows. So it's really a really good moving support or resistance in alignment with the trend structure that the market has. That's why it's such a good trend filter. Like even if you look at the weekly, bull markets exist in a weekly 9 MA uptrend. What's a bear market? A weekly 9 MA downtrend, right? It's the 9 MA. It's really what we track in all time frames. What was this uptrend here on the 2-minute? Higher high, higher low, higher high on the 2-minute 9 MA. It's really fascinating. What about the S&P 500? What about it? All stocks, they all track the 9 MA. The 9 MA is just following the trend sequence of that underlying instrument. And we have 2 people who look at the 9 MA as well.
What's up,
guys?
9 EMAers?
9 EMA enjoyers. Yeah, I'm trying to
How are you
see if we
guys?
can get
Good. How are
along
you
on
guys?
keeping an eye on this here. We're in my EMA cloud, which is the 9 and the 20 on a 5-minute. So just watching the market, potential for some longs. We will see. It's getting really spicy right here.
I'm in some shorts right now. Actually in runners targeting the 9 EMA on the 15-minute. So let's see if we get that.
Wow, too many 9 EMAs. Mary, I think you need to add it.
Everyone needs a different time frame.
I'll have it on my charts by tomorrow for sure.
Everyone needs a different time frame, 9 EMA.
That's right.
Dude, I use it on all time frames. I actually took this short based off of like the 4-hour. We were approaching the 9 EMA on the 4-hour, and I'm like, okay, we're definitely going to pull back here. And it's exactly what we did.
I'm going
It
to
works
delete the
great.
price bars entirely and just look at the 9 EMA.
Squiggly lines only. You don't really
Dude,
need
that's all you
anything else.
need.
That's all you need.
That's all you
It's all
need.
you need.
Get some squiggly lines.
Delta at the 9 MA.
I'm hoping they can get a doji candle in the next 90 seconds here. Just like close a good doji up on the 5-minute. And it'll probably be a spicy trade.
Why are you trying to get us out of our shorts?
You guys got paid already, didn't you? Aren't you guys like short top rope or something?
Trying to get
My
paid
turn.
more.
It's my turn. I missed that short.
All right, guys. I'll get out of here. You guys enjoy your sesh.
Yeah. Good luck.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
guys.
See you guys.
Have
Good
a good
sesh,
one.
Merritt.
See you,
Chat.
chat.
You
You
guys
too,
all
brother.
take care, all
Nice
right?
short.
Thank you, sir. You guys have a good day. Bye.
All right, so I gotta get a screen share going. Hold on, let me take some profits off.
Oh,
This thing's
dude.
getting real spicy. I had 11 lots on.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it was really spicy. It was super, super spicy. I think my screen share is going now. I had to take half off before. I'm down to 5. It's inching this low volume spot, which is ultimately good enough for me. So I think I got 4 now.
Damn.
Yeah, they swept it and they failed. So I actually put more. I put 4 more on. So I had 7 to go. I'm gonna go down to 3.
All right, I'm out of this.
That
I'm
was
not gonna let
spicy.
it go red. Um, 11, is that like your max?
My max, I would say, is in the 20s, but it has to be a really grindy
Sheesh.
trend day up. It really is depend on the risk because on a grindy trend day up, you can risk really small in points. And then as you're like going up with the market, you're just building up
Mm,
your profit stack anyway.
yeah,
Um, but even if I fill up to 20, I won't be in it much longer. It means I'm
you're in
getting
and
some,
out.
but
Yeah,
I'm gonna take some off soon enough. And then
damn.
it's a very specific environment that will get me there.
We were so close to PT, and then market makers heard you say you wanted upside.
I
I blame
don't think
you,
that's why. I don't
actually.
think they like me.
I blame you. We were
They
so
abuse
close,
me.
yet so far away.
Yeah, I was expecting the range to be rejected here because ES did have a kind of a double distribution. It's not so much anymore, but I expected a higher hold. We had a really good prior 1 hour candle, all that stuff. I'm gonna go down to 2 here. See if we
Nice,
can
good,
get
good
towards
job.
overnight high. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. See if we can get to the overnight high.
So
Yeah,
I had
how's it
such
look?
a sad trade earlier. I longed ES around like this 10-10 candle, probably got in around 68.70. And I said I was talking to a couple friends and I'm like, "Oh, I'm just targeting like around 95, nothing too crazy." I did say tight stops, right? It was very risky. I waited the 1 hour to take the trade. Like I didn't trade the first 30 minutes of market. So I waited till after 10. And I get in longs here, and then this candle forms, and I'm like, dude, they're gonna stop me out. And it was the beginning of a new 4 hour candle, right? And on the 4 hour, it looked really good for upside. It looked amazing. This is like a good setup here for longs. And so I went long around again, like 10-10. Then we have this red candle that smacked us right back down, and I got scared. I had stops at the low, and I said, I'm just gonna get out prematurely. I stopped myself out before my stops even hit. And then we got this like God candle here. It was like MMs were laughing in my face, saying, ha ha. We just ripped. And you could just imagine my reaction for the next 15 minutes where I just sat there in disbelief. Not only did we hit my TP, but it like continued to push higher and I just had to sit there and do nothing about it. So I was very happy when I got this short. It was almost like I got vengeance back on the market.
Yeah, in the morning I had 3 longs down here towards VWAP and they just kept getting taken like I couldn't really get
Mhm.
a full like bracket off, right? I'm getting some off, comes back, break even, getting some off, comes back, and then finally the last one worked, but I didn't hold this thing through. I held it to like we'll say it's probably like the 320s. I mean, obviously in hindsight I went to the 420s almost, but yeah, the long I was looking for, I cut it short because there was a huge move up in my favor, and it left so many imbalances. Like they're gonna come back for this, and I'm gonna just get more longs after, and it never came back. And so I
What
sat
time?
there,
What time was that?
7:20 my time, so like 10:20
Yeah, this is
before
like
that huge move
after.
up. It's like
Yep.
the longs are finally working, but they left so many imbalances, and the thing is, I play around them, so. I took them off in the 320s and then it just kept running, running. I was like, well, I can't long it anymore. And I was gonna long the 340s and I chickened out because my fills ended up high in the 350s. I was like, I don't want to risk this, whatever. And it just shoots up more. I was like, okay, I guess I'll just sit here. And then I didn't want to short it. I wanted pullback longs. So I waited. The short started working. I was like, maybe I should. And then it just ran down. I was like, okay, I can't short anymore. And then I was
Yeah.
like, okay, there's maybe spicy longs here. But the day
Those
is,
those longs were good. Those
I know,
great
yeah.
trade. You just had to stop me out first, right?
So it goes. So it goes.
It's
The
all
market
good.
hates when everyone wins.
This is true. This is very true.
Yeah, so We do have imbalances again down to 340s, which is why I took that position off up there.
Hmm.
Um, I am willing to look for longs, but I'm not as interested for sure because this is a lower, pretty clear lower high ES. So we'll see. Anyway, sorry, chat. I haven't seen anything. Good morning. I was like staring at the DOM trying to figure out what I wanted to do there, if I wanted to long at all, and then peel off, add on.
Someone said, I hate the market and the market hates me.
Yeah, that's all of us, ain't it?
It'd be like that.
Market's got no friends.
How was your 3-day weekend?
It's nice. It's always nice, honestly. It's like a forced break. You can't go back on it. You can't like, oh, I'll just trade a little bit. No, it's like, what are you gonna do? Trade the holiday, which I'd never do.
Oh, I
Maybe you
did.
do, right?
I did, yeah. But it was like honestly, like there were probably like 2-minute trades. I took trade Sunday and last night, and that was it. And it was just like very, very, very quick. Took
Yeah.
just silver scalps, one micro. Took my $200-300 and I called it a night.
Can't complain about that.
No, you can't. Especially when you have like multiple accounts going, $200 across 10 accounts, it adds up. So
Oh, you copy trade.
yeah, yeah. I think was it with you when I said that? I was gonna start doing that. I said it on
Copy
stream.
trading?
Yeah,
I
did I
don't
say
I
that
don't
with you or
think so.
Leo? I don't know, but I basically was saying that I wanted to try to get like 10 accounts going and then just go for like base hits.
Hmm.
And then, at the end of the week, it's still like a big chunk of change. So that's what
Yeah, once you
I've
hit the
been.
payout, then it's like, oh, the 10 really hits. Day by
Yeah, I
day, it's kind
mean,
of like, it's a few hundred here and there. You're not really getting to that payout market. But I think that's like a huge thing with props too. Until you're at payout mark, there's like this
yeah,
thing in your head that's like, oh, it should be more, it should be this, it should be that. But I mean, if you could stay even keeled about it, just follow a process, especially if you trade like a personal account too. You can just kind of have it running in the background and not be too concerned about where your profits are in the day. I did take some longs.
nice.
I filled 4 lots. Still TBD on this though. They need to make some progress. Willing to add more at better prices, but depends how they fail if they come back into where I entered. I'm looking for, or I will say I'm anticipating a pretty good 5-minute bar. We just don't know if it'll be that way yet. So as it trades into this low volume area, 74 to like 66s, I'm going to gauge the order flow and see if we're taking this trade off or we're adding some more.
I don't know. I'm still kind of biased to the downside here. They are holding this one fib on the day very nicely, 890 on ES. I think we lose that. We start to drop a bit on the 5-minute. The
Yeah, I'm
30-minute
seeing
close like an indecision candle, so it really can go either way here.
I'm seeing selling come in, so I kind of let them do their thing, and they're just not moving the market yet. So I'm gonna start taking positions against it. And if the sell side does get progress, I'm just gonna take the position off. No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
I moved up to 5 lots. Fingers on the flatten button.
Dude, you're a baller. You're a baller, XY.
You say that now until the market runs down.
Nah, you're still a baller.
This is still 50-50 here.
What's up, Shab? Shab's in the chat.
Morning, Shab.
Yeah,
Shab, give me some good luck.
XY is the GOAT, I will say. Give you your flowers.
You guys keep saying that I'm gonna get stopped out.
No, no jinxing here.
No?
No, no evil eye, none of that.
I need Shab to sprinkle some good luck on this trade right here. So we're trading well above that sell side right now. It's a good candle close.
Let me
See if
look
they
at
can pull
NQ.
the market up with it. I do still want to see overnight high trade. We haven't traded any overnight low or high yet, so
Dude, NQ and ES look so different right now. Looks good.
I'm gonna hold on to these 5 for as long as I can. New high, I'll take 2 off if we can make it. There it goes. So I'm off 2. I'm gonna hold 3 overnight high. We can get around there, maybe like in the 430s. I'm gonna take 2 more.
Nice work.
Thanks. It's all that good juju you guys gave me. Huh?
Someone asked, where's my fib coming from? If you just draw it from low to high on the day. Or
I'm off to, I'm gonna take this overnight high, front run it by like a tick or 2, or stop break even. So that's done for the day. I'm not trading no more, guys. I literally like spammed almost 20 lots just on stream for 11 minutes. And then I took those 3 longs at the lows. The third one finally worked.
So we're seeing a little bit of divergence here. You have NQ making new high day. ES still hasn't. I mean, ES is being pushed up by NQ. But even on the 30-minute candle, the previous 30-minute candle on NQ closed as a green doji, and then you have ES closing as a red one. So there is a little bit of divergence there.
Someone asked, are we looking to backfill the gap down? That's not my concern. My trade idea is shorter than that. I just want to see one side of the overnight range break, and it looks like it's going to be the upside at this point. So I just kept my eyes on longs. For the day, I guess we can go over high time frame stuff. My planning after this one lot meets its fate. We're either getting the overnight high or stopping out on it. XYZ, I always see you closing your positions that are not going your way super fast. Usually, would you say you close within 10 points or less? Usually, yes, but that's not up to me. That's up to the market. If I'm closing in 10 points, that means the market's not moving like wide enough for me to have to hold it longer. So I'm not sure points are the best metric on it. It's, today 10 points, if it's like a 194 point range, 10 points is one thing. But if we're looking at a 400 range, 10 points is nothing but a blip, right? So depends on a lot of things, depends on the current action. So if the order flow that I'm looking at that I'm risking against spans more, right, then I have to hold it longer. It's not always up to me. So
It's the Versace robe.
ES failed to make a high with NQ.
Yep.
Yeah,
Definitely
Versace
weaker.
robe minimizes drawdown for anyone who has not discovered that alpha yet. Salma, the Moroccan queen.
I'm not Moroccan, guys, but I'll take it.
Oh, I see why the trade works. I see Shab's magical emotes there.
She said goats don't need luck.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Chat sees it all. I don't even trade outside of stream. It's been that way for like probably half a year.
That's so crazy to me. It's
Not
literally so
trading, not
crazy.
trading for more than like an hour or 2.
Yeah, I don't know how you do
What are
it.
you even doing? What are you
Yeah,
doing
like
when you're
what
not
do you do with
trading?
your day? No, I'm so serious. Like, how do you? This is my day, so
That's because you're young.
this is
You get
true.
to unk levels, start getting cross-eyed staring at all this stuff.
Now, I think like maturing as a trader, the more you do this, the more you start to enjoy like the weekends. Like I love a 3-day weekend. I love time off from the market, but I can't not look at the market when it's open.
It just draws you in.
Dude, like last night I was up till like 1 in the morning. I just couldn't get off of my phone. Couldn't stop looking at silver. And I kept telling myself I need to go to sleep. I don't know. TradingView kept calling my name.
Someone said XY parentheses Jet Li of the trading world. Why the switch from ES to NQ? I
Wait, you
did
used to trade
this.
ES?
Yeah, I think
Whoa.
didn't we all like when we first got into futures? Well, I guess it
Um,
depends when, right? If you got into it later, different story. I think a lot of probably like ICT people, they're probably starting on NQ because I guess maybe it's easier with pure price. I don't know. I started on ES, I would say for about 3 to 4 months. I was on ES, and I noticed people kept trading NQ. So I was like, well, let's try it. And within the first week, I was like, I like it so much better already. Because with ES, you're newer to trading too. Patience is even more difficult to handle. So NQ kind of curbed the impatience part because it provided more opportunities, especially for a scalper, right? You can have the same idea for those two markets, but NQ has done it for a scalp like 6, 7 times over before ES even gets to where you would take your first TP. So that's how it started. I was just like, well, more opportunities in NQ, especially for a scalper, and stuck with it since. So that's NQ. It's not to say I wouldn't trade ES. Um, Sometimes if ES provides the opportunity first, I will, but not when NQ's moving already. So not sometime last year when the markets kind of like went wonky, I did trade ES and I had two DOMs up. And what I would do is if ES provides the access to the idea first, I will get in on the ES ladder. And if NQ does that later, I'll get in on the NQ ladder as well. So I'm in for both. But if I'm in NQ first, I won't get into ES. And that's just, Did you just 6-7 us? I don't even know what that means. So I think 2023 XYZ traded 6E. I did. 2023, at some point it was so slow. I had the euro, I had the yen, I had oil, I had gold, I had nat gas up with NQES. And all those things. He and Unk, he doesn't know 6-7. Yeah. Oh, before I forget, yeah, the high time frame stuff. So getting to desk, seeing the market trade overnight and then into the open and through. I was just looking at these levels. Obviously, there's a gap now. I was like, where is my price? And then I scrolled down. I was like, oh. So to me, there's a gap, but it just so happens to have opened at this level. And I'm like, what even is this level? And it's all the way back here. It's this here, consolidation before a break and consolidation higher. So through this level, super empty volume. So I marked it thinking, all right, if the market ever retraces down here, this bid should hold, this volume should hold. And I guess the level's just been there since. And clearly it still means something because the market opened around it and traded, consolidated around it before it did the thing, poked lower. And I was like, what are these other levels? Literally just references to where the market has never found interest. So this range, you see these two lines, taper, 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 both sides up and down. Nobody really wants to trade here. So what did the market do? Tapered again. So to me, all right, they've went down to this level or this area, this zone, whatever. They've made the choice. It's the same choice. And what happens when they've made that choice every time in the past? You go the other way. So that's why I was just looking for longs, straight up looking for longs to get to this line here, which is the upside level. And BWAP was here, finally worked out, whatever. But that was my frame in the market for the day. Just this. And The idea is if I'm getting paid trading up to this line, I don't need to worry about whether I'm gonna try to get paid through and up. I don't care anymore. So I'm gonna read this. So yeah, that's my plan was there, played it. It's been met. Fell short of the overnight high, but whatever, who cares? And that's need no more charts. Can turn it off, This is like crazy talk to Salma right now. She's like, "What are you talking about? No more charts, turning it off. The market's moving, isn't it?"
Dude, you don't want to see my like screen time on TradingView. It's again, I don't say this is healthy, guys. I'm not here condoning. I'm not saying it's healthy. It's just it is what it is. It just is. But yeah,
Yeah,
I just
thrown.
got into a short.
You're short. I hope it
Yeah,
works.
I just entered. Really like the way this 5 minute candle closed. Once NQ swept the highs, ES didn't. So we have that divergence there, like we said before. Um, just this 9 EMA here on the 5 minute is not budging, and I think once it does, we can see a 10-point drop on ES.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing a
ES looks
one.
better for a drop.
Yeah, it is. It seems like the weaker one right now. Just going for a 1-to-1 RR trade. Let's see.
Fever XY. What time frame you looking at? Those are 1 hour candles. Throne shop. Yeah, the reason I don't do swing trading is because that would change my process entirely in the way of thinking about the markets, worrying about the markets when I could just not think about it or worry about it at all. If someone asks me, what do you think the market's going to do overnight into tomorrow? And I could just easily say, I don't care because it doesn't pay me to know that. Right. So
Yeah, I
that's
agree
a
with
huge
that too,
liberty.
though. I definitely agree with that as well. I hate that question. Like when someone says, "Oh, Salma, like, what's your opinion on what's gonna happen tomorrow?" Well, I don't know. Like, did tomorrow come yet? You
Yeah,
know?
I'll find out when I get to my charts and the market's already given me the answer. And if I'm swing trading, the size has to adjust. And I could just do what I'm doing already with my current size and it'll just kind of be the same thing. But yeah, I really, because I think we all started the same thing, right? I got into trading because we were doing option stuff. My buddies got me into options. We're swinging overnight, like weeklies, monthlies. And I'm just like looking at it, wake up in the middle of the night, look at it, and I'm just like, I don't want this anymore. If I can do well without doing that, just get in, do my work, clock out. And I say clock out because my charts are off. I'm not even thinking about the markets. Just truly clock out. And everything you do after is your own life. The markets are not my life. The markets are a blip, right, of my life. So it's a lot more freedom. And then, I'm always gonna ask myself, okay, why'd you even start, right? Everyone's gonna say the freedom, freedom for this, freedom for that, freedom of time. But if you're a slave to the chart, who's really free? It ain't you, right? Unless you're like grinding. People love the grind. Like Salma.
Yo, I love the
Salma
grind. I mean,
loves the grind. So this is her living her best.
XY. When did you start trading again? Like, how long has it
Like
been?
right when COVID started.
All right,
So
so yeah,
like
like we're about the same.
yeah, like 2019, super late into like 2020. It was when the market started to turn. When everyone's like, it's still gonna die, the market's dying, and slowly it started to turn until everyone was finally convinced, like, you know what? Puts are not the play anymore. And so I got
Yeah.
in on that run, doing earnings plays, this and this. So we're looking at flows from at the time it was a cheddar flow first before like unusual whales even became a thing.
Dude, cheddar flow is like moldy cheese. It is so bad. It's
Yeah, it
so
was
bad.
that. And then we're like, well, the flow's coming in on this. We should follow. We think we're trading. And then when I got into trading, I was like, what is happening? I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Someone said, well, actually, a few people said that XY Salma are their favorite duo, favorite pairing. And I will say, you have XY who can explain things really intricately, and I don't, is that a word? I hope it is.
It
But
is.
you have XY who can just like talk to you in market talk, and then there's me who talks to you in like the most simplistic way of talking. So I think it's definitely a good balance. A very good balance. You know, another thing is like XY, I don't know about you, but this is my first ever really like talking in front of people while trading. So for me, I've gone trading all these years, always typing out my thoughts, never speaking them out loud. And so I have never really gotten into the guys, TP just hit, nice trade. But I've never gotten into like the whole, I don't know, like the whole like having like trading jargon and like speaking the way the traders on CNBC sound. Like, you know what I mean? So for me, everything's just kind of like I like to just I keep it simple. And so as I learn and as I stream more, I think it will be better. So be easy
Keeping
on
it
me,
simple is
guys.
the best way, man.
Yeah.
Keeping it simple is always the best because it's clear. It's easy
Yeah.
to work with. If it's not simple, oh my God, try executing it. It's not gonna
I,
work,
I
even
always
if
I
you're
always
right.
speak I always speak in the way that like I would want someone to speak to me if, you know,
That's what
I
that's
was
what I'm
new
always
or
saying. Like when I go on
yeah.
crazy rants, I don't know if you've even been around. I go on these rants and I'm always like, I speak passionately. It's not because it's not me saying to someone specific or to chat. It's literally
Right.
in my mind, I'm saying it to the younger trader, me, things that I wish were like hammered into my brain. And so you get really
Dude.
like, ah, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I think like when I first started, I wish I had someone who was like speaking to me in normal terms. And I think probably part of the reason why I was always, or it took me a little bit longer to like understand things is because everyone made it sound much more difficult than it is. Like trading is really difficult. You don't need to overcomplicate it more by confusing someone who's trying to learn, right? So like, um, yeah, I always wished I had someone who would just talk in like simple terms. So, but yeah,
I do want to point out like
you do
something
great
that was
though.
really funny. Yeah, thank you. Something that was really funny earlier was when Salma hit her TP. She like just super quick just pat herself on the back. Like she was like talking to herself. She was like, "Hell yeah, TP hit. Nice trade." I was like, "Wait, you're
Dude,
the
that
only
was
one in the
perfect
trade. Who are you
TP.
talking to?"
That was perfect TP because buyers just stepped in
Nice
there.
trade.
That was awesome. That
It's
was
like when you're
great.
talking right here and then you run over to the other side and you say the other thing.
I'm telling you, it's this non-existent ADHD. I've never been diagnosed or anything like that, but it comes out every now and then. You'll see it.
I was like, I wonder if anyone caught that.
It's Tourette's. Just like random. This is
That's
me.
like
Just random shit.
multiple personality Tourette's.
Oh, let's go. Mike took your longs and he took my shorts. Let's freaking
Baton
go.
pass.
Let's go. Yeah, Tina, you're going on your fourth year and still feel like you're struggling. It's okay. Like, I think the struggle never ends, to be honest with you.
No,
And
it doesn't.
the more
No, it
you're in
doesn't.
this game, um, I think it just gets I don't think it ever gets easier. I just think that you get a little bit better. So don't feel like you're all alone or that you're in your fourth year. Why are you still struggling? It's okay. It's
I think it's a lot more normal than people
yeah.
think.
Yeah. Like I struggle all the time. It's okay. And I take losses all the time. It's
I think you
it's
guys are just
completely
seeing
normal.
different different reactions. It's not that we don't struggle just like you guys. I would say we
Yeah.
certainly do. It's just a different reaction. For me, if I maybe the trades have the same outcome as yours, maybe you feel a bit worse about it than I do. But it does happen. No one's predicting the market. Nobody. They'll say they are, they'll give you hindsight screenshots, but in real time, you guys see it every day on NT Live for hours a day. Nobody can predict anything. You just kind of they're in your spot. You have parameters you want to see. If they are there, if you like the risk to reward, it's your job to just hit the trade. Let the long-term data play out. Give yourself room for, risk of ruin, and it'll work out. The hard part is it takes a long time. It takes a lot to get to the part where you can see proof of concept and just be like, it will work out in the end. And I think that's where a lot of people struggle. If you haven't gotten there yet, it's hard to convince yourself in the moment that it will be okay. I did what I needed to do, and I need to stick to it. But the market struggles spare nobody.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Real quick, someone said, if I have reached the minimum payout, should I pay out directly or wait for a bigger amount? If you qualify for a payout, guys, this goes for anyone. If you qualify for a payout, take the money. You cannot guarantee that tomorrow you're not gonna, till or just take the money. It's not yours until it hits your bank account. Take it, take it, take it.
Knox O. I'm glad you liked the video.
A
They're
lot of
paying an
people
estimate.
complimented your video.
In chat? I haven't seen it.
In chat, yeah, I saw a bunch of them when we first started, when we first got on.
Oops. Sorry, guys. I was like locked into the DOM, so my bad. But I appreciate it, guys. I do.
Uh-oh.
Am I releasing a video about my playbook? No.
Did I just lose connection?
I can hear you, Salma,
Okay.
but you're frozen.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
The van got her, guys.
All right. It's showing bad connection.
Can't believe XYZ YouTube isn't way bigger. Hit the subscribe button. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't really put too much on it, so I think it's pretty it is where it should be, probably. Can we get an XY Techno playlist proprietary?
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys like it. It is quite a bit of an effort to make, so. It seems like there's
I
enough interest.
started to watch your video and then I was just so confused.
Yeah, see, I told you.
No, but I watched it so I could give you a view and a like, just
Yeah, just hit the like and subscribe and we're okay. We're all
yeah,
right.
I got you. I got you. That's what I always do.
No, guys, the education, the playbook, all that stuff, it's all free. But the playlist, the music playlist was paywall. Sorry. Everything else free though.
Wait, but the real question is, are you a Spotifyer or an Apple Musicer?
Spotify.
Let's go. All right.
How much is Apple Music?
I think same amount.
Oh, I always thought it
Dude,
was
I just got an email from Spotify. Oh, we're raising you from like $11.99 to $12.99. Like, what the heck?
Oh, I'm in a family plan. It's like $3
Oh,
a month or something like that.
must be
It's like
nice.
$30 a year. Yeah. I Spotify got me a long time ago when T-Mobile Tuesday, if anyone knows T-Mobile Tuesday,
Yep.
years ago they were like 1 cent for 3 months Spotify. I was like, hell yeah. And then I'm just gonna cancel it, dude. Who they think I am? I'm gonna cancel it. They played themselves. And after the 3 months, I was like, I pay full price for this. I don't care. So they got me.
Bro,
They
I'm
got me to
dead.
pay. And then
You got.
yeah, and then one of my friends is like, let's just do a family plan. And then yeah, so now it's like $30 a year. But I would pay full price for it. It was like $10, right?
I was paying, I got like the $5 Hulu account with my student discount when I was in college. And part of that, you get like Showtime and you get Spotify for free. So it's all like $5. I was like, hell yeah. I wish I just lied on like my graduation year. Would have got it for $5 for, a couple years extra. Now I pay more, unfortunately.
Inflation.
And I was like with Apple Music at the time, and I was so tired of their shuffle button. So I found a website that can like transfer all my playlists, all my songs to Spotify. Seamless transition. Haven't looked back.
Someone said $30 a year must put a big dent in XY's pocket. Yeah, I feel it, man. You can feel it getting lighter. Yeah, I'll do more. K Trader. I'll do more of the videos. It seems like there was quite a bit of interest in it, so it just takes time really to narrate, try to do it in like a clean take and stuff like that.
It's okay if you stutter. We won't judge. It's fine.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
not. No, it's
ES
not
goes for
really
new
just
highs.
like audio wise. It's more of like, oh, I forgot to mention this. Like, fuck, you know, it's that kind of thing.
I think ES new highs incoming.
Where are my videos posted? My YouTube. Go to my Twitter. All the links to everything are on my Twitter. So shoot me a follow. XYZ Trades. Pretty sure. I need to put a post-it on my monitor of what my Twitter and my YouTube are.
How do you not know? You literally made them.
I don't know because I changed it a few times.
It's okay. It's in the description of the
In
stream.
the stream? Yeah,
Yeah.
there. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna just keep saying that. Stream description.
Yep. He doesn't know how many E's he's got in his username, guys. That's the issue. Dude, that was such a great short. Great exit.
Yeah, you gave yourself a
Dude,
pound. Let's go. Nice short.
that was awesome.
Nice
No,
trade.
that was actually, this is like those one of those feel good moments because you get out of the trade
Dude, it
and
was
it's
so good. You had an out of body experience where you literally talked to yourself and told yourself, nice trade.
yeah. I'm gonna replay the stream once it's over. I want to go see that again. I'm dead. Oh God. I think ES is trying here though. They really are. NQ is still hanging by the highs. ES lagging behind. Yeah, guys, nothing wrong with a little positive self-talk.
When you enter exit trades, you click on ladder or hitting buttons. If I have a Dom, I'm clicking on the ladder. If not, like what you guys see on NT Live right now is a hotkey buy market, sell market, which is why sometimes I get fills and I'm already like, I hate this. And I won't add more to it, or I'll just get out of it and try for another fill.
What do you see on NQ here? Because the 30-minute on ES is looking a little disgusting if we
I
obviously we
mean,
stay
NQ is
like
certainly
this.
not going lower.
Yeah, we're
I
just
think
hanging by high day.
yeah, it's hard for me to say anything because it's at the level. I have no idea what's going to happen outside of it. So, and I wouldn't short it. So,
Yeah.
guess a long-winded way of saying IDK.
I mean, like I only ask because I never have anything on NQ. So for me it's always ES. Oh, we didn't even realize that Euro close happened 9 minutes ago.
Yep. Had a nothing burger on the news earlier.
What news?
What do I have for tick size per bar? I honestly don't know. I don't have a setting that I like. Like, I don't have a specific setting that I think provides better results. I literally just make it so that I can see the numbers when I can see the entire day's range. So if the entire day had bigger range, I would have to increase the tick size to see it. I always want to see the entire range within my chart so I don't get like lost in the sauce. So yeah, it's probably at like 12 right now or something like that, but it's always going to change uh based on the range and if I can see the numbers. That's all it is. No secret alpha there. Where can you get that indicator buyers and sellers? Orderflowlabs.com. Some of it's free, some of it's not. Matrix, I appreciate that. I'm glad it helps. I'm really glad it helps you guys because it could be that simple, just how to frame a market. You don't need like fancy, I don't want to say conspiracy theories, but conspiracy theories. It just is what it is. To me, it's just an auction, right? The market has interest in doing business here or it doesn't. And interest in doing business just means buyers and sellers are happy to do business there. It's nothing insidious, no secret cabal behind a round table, like ha ha ha. I want this guy's stop because, that's I don't know. Yeah, it's just an auction. Nothing further. Nothing personal.
It's always personal.
With Salma, it's always personal.
It's always personal,
That's why when she hits
guys.
TP, she's like, hell yeah, nice trade. Take that.
I want to try a long if we can come down to the 90 MA on the 10-minute. So far, we've been holding the 90 MA on the 10-minute all morning. See what we do here. Might be worth it. Yeah, like NQ is so strong today. I don't see how it doesn't pull up ES with it.
I mean, ES is trading at the highs again, so
It still hasn't made a new high day.
yeah. NQ barely did by like 2 ticks or something like that.
Yeah. Let's see.
This is
Did
an
they just
environment that does not provide me any edge, so
okay. I'm just gonna test something here. Nothing too crazy.
yeah, man, dude, you gotta ask the guys in the van. Where are we on the likes? I haven't asked for likes yet. Guys, go please hit the likes. Hit the likes.
Well, we're at 531, but we have 1,000 people watching. 530 now. Who unliked? Come on, guys.
Oh, someone. Oh, damn.
Come on.
We got ourselves into drawdown.
Dude, I blame XY for that.
My bad. That's like over trading. You keep asking them, they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna take it back.
Dude, they're really gonna stop me out on this trade?
They want payback for last time. Now they're gonna
As soon as I get
pat
in,
themselves in the
too.
back.
It's all good.
What volume profile indicator? I don't know. It's just volume profile. It's just a standard volume profile. Unless you're talking about these red and blue numbers. This is a delta profile. So it's just a volume profile, but tracking delta instead.
Yeah, it stopped me out. And this is why I like shorts better.
It looks like the market does not really want to extend. I mean, ES is like really stuck in that overnight range. And Q's working through it a little more efficiently, but ES definitely weaker.
Yeah, I mean, if ES does push higher, I would like to see us sweep this like 917 level. I think we sweep that and then we can potentially hit the midpoint of the gap that was created from this move down. But damn, that is one hell of a candle.
Mm-hmm.
Salma, which trade copier do you use? You could just use the one that's directly through TradeAvate.
The gray on the right? No, it is. Uh, yeah, it's NT.
So we are at the midpoint on the day on ES here. So I do still think buyers can step in. We haven't had a 5-minute candle close below. I think as long as we stay above, ES has a chance to push higher.
Someone asked how many accounts you have. She has 10, right? You said 10?
Well, I have 11, but 10 is the goal that like to have 10 fundeds at one time is what I was originally intending to do. So do
So
you have a
you've
max?
exceeded expectations, is what you're saying?
Well, because before, prior to me getting the 10, I had one. And so I said, you know what, screw it, I'll still get 10. And yeah, I've just been copy trading 11 now. So I don't recommend, guys. Salma, do you have a max daily loss? No, I don't have like a personal daily loss limit. What's the limit? I think it depends on what firm you're with. But like Lucid, if I'm not mistaken, lets you have 5 fundeds at once, and then you can have like 5 past accounts and reserves. So you could still do 10, past 10 evals, you can only trade 5 funded though at once. And then the other 5 would just sit until, you're ready to activate them. This is like the most I've ever had at one time. It definitely sometimes can be nerve-wracking knowing, this one trade I'm putting on is going to be put on every single account. But you got to remember, right? Wins get copied, losses get copied. Just got to have a system in place.
Wonder if they're gonna bid this thing.
Dude, I can't believe they just did that to me.
It's possible. I don't know. The day has turned into like this environment where nobody is making any notable decisions, and that's what I don't like to interact with.
If
Just
they
kind
hold
of
this
moving around.
0.5, I'm gonna be pissed. Just be a little bit sad. What do I use to copy my accounts? I use TradeSyncer or Trader Syncer. Let me see. Hold on before I give you guys the wrong name. Yeah, TradeSyncer. They are partnered with TradeAway, so TradeAway NinjaTrader. Oh, fiber optic. That's a great way to look at it too. I never really thought of it that way. If you trade 5 micros on 10 accounts, it's like trading 5 minis. XY, looks like we got like a range
Yeah.
bound
No one wants to push
stream
either
session.
direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe
This
Chris
is
can answer, or sorry, XY, maybe you can answer Chris in the chat because I don't know about the desktop.
what's this?
If there's a copier on Ninja. I know TradeAway for sure you can.
Chris Cagnina. No one notices that?
Yeah, I saw that. I just didn't
What
want to say
copier can you
anything.
use if you're on Ninja Desktop?
Gotta try longs
I don't
again.
know. I've never traded on desktop. Just the app, like the
What do you mean?
actual software.
Wait, what do you mean just the app?
Wait, desktop. Oh yeah, wait. He's saying desktop, not web. I'm an idiot. I
No.
have Replicanto from like years ago, and yeah, that's just what I've been using. Is it still the best? I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know. It's just here. I'm hoping that it doesn't destroy me, but because I mark it in, I flan, I do all these things real quick. The numbers aren't really one to one, but It's close enough. You can copy on to from your personal account and make extra money, and it is what it is.
Yeah. So I can't use that, guys, because I'm on Apple products, and so I obviously can't have the desktop version, unfortunately. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I haven't really had any issues with Replicanto. So, but I hear, I hear one called Tradecopia is very, very good.
I heard about them too. Wait, so do you guys get Replicanto for free? Or is it like a
No,
separate?
I think I paid like, I don't
Okay,
know. It's like a one-time fee years
gotcha.
ago, whatever it was. Honestly, don't remember.
Okay, but it's paid. It's not for free.
Yeah, no,
Gotcha.
no.
Someone asked how much is the monthly fee for TradeTinker. They just had like a promo for like 44% off their yearly, and I just decided to get that. So I paid for the year like 320 or something like that. And then the only issues I've had are just me simply not knowing how to use the platform fully when I first started. But I haven't noticed anything yet. If you are gonna copy trade across firms, just make sure um, you know like this firm, there's like a scaling rule on this firm and this firm doesn't. Like for example, with Lucid, I can enter more than one micro on silver, but on my funded futures, there's a scaling plan, so they only let you trade one micro until your account balance hits a certain amount, and then you can trade more. So you just got to be wary of that.
Due
Dude,
diligence
what
must be
is this
done.
candle? All right, I'm done with the longs, I think. I've attempted it
With this
twice.
candle, I think so. I think everyone
Dude,
might
I
be.
mean, it was going great, and then what the heck happened? It just smacked this right back down. Whatever. What up? What up?
Hey guys,
Morning,
gals,
Jim.
people, how's everything going?
Are you related to Chris Cagney? How do you say your last name, Jim?
Chris
Cagnina?
Cagnina.
Yeah,
We
are
can
Yeah,
you?
shorten
no, they haven't spoken since Jim went out to get milk and cigarettes.
it. You can just say Cags. That's a lot easier.
Chris
Okay,
Cags.
are you by any chance related to Chris Cags 3494?
100%. Well, I'm assuming I'm assuming it's my little bro.
Oh,
Well,
that sounds
sounds
sus.
like it's just Jim's burner.
My burner. I don't know what a burner is, but okay.
You don't know what a burner is?
Stop
No.
baiting Jim. Leave Jim
But I
alone.
have the same question uh, is outstanding with Chris Cags as it is with XYZ. I know XYZ is ghosting my text right now, but we're
Oh, I got
talking.
your text yesterday. Yeah, I have to be in San Diego sometime in March. I just don't know when yet. I have a bachelor party, so I need to find out when that is actually.
All right. All right.
Otherwise, I do have a lot of buddies that really like UFC, and it's in Vegas. So if I don't have to be an SD, I really might be there. Yeah.
I have a tentative thumbs up from Mike Cags, but I'm waiting on Chris's
Where
thumbs
are you
up
gonna
or
stay?
thumbs down. I don't know yet.
You don't
Are you
have
guys gonna
like
tell
a.
me what we're talking about here? You guys gonna meet up in March?
Yes, you can come too. It's in Las Vegas. It's a UFC fight, Holloway versus Oliveira. It's a rematch. Um,
Oh, I can come too. Thanks, Jim.
She's like, so
well,
what? There are no charts there?
you could hang
Forget
out
it.
with us.
I
I
like
mean,
to be on the
what I
charts.
meant to say, some is you are invited. We'd love to have.
Thank you, Jim. He said, "Yeah,
I
you can come."
guess
Sure,
if you
yeah.
want to, I guess.
Anyway, let's
Oh
get back to
God.
the topic at hand. Good job today, you guys.
No, not good job. I tried longs twice and got crushed.
What do you mean, not good job? You said nice trade.
That was on the shorts. I should have stuck to my shorts.
Yeah. Well, tricky day. I mean, you wake
It
up
is
this morning. I
tricky.
mean, yet last night was the night before was crazy. I mean, we'll see what happens if we get any kind of pushback or walk back, I should say, with crazy stuff that's going on with Greenland.
Hmm.
Have you ever been to Greenland?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
This stuff is so crazy. Everything. Just
Yeah, there's a lot of big movements, and these are tougher days to trade when you got these big movements, and you're like, all right, do I keep going with the trend, or is enough? You know, when are buyers coming back in, when are sellers coming back in? It's for me, it's always a little bit harder than kind of nice chartable day.
It's definitely a very tricky day, especially now.
Yeah.
Earlier, it wasn't as tricky, but now it's definitely just no one really wants to make a choice anywhere, and it's hard to really trade or speculate on a market where no one's really participating in a big way.
Yeah, we had this huge amount of volume. I mean, right now, even the S&P, well, before the open, we were at even the S&P was almost at 600,000 contracts. So just a lot of participation overnight. And now we're at 1.377. So the pace of that has slowed down a little bit,
Hmm.
but still pretty big.
Range is just kind of getting narrow too. It's really hard.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens going forward. In any event, appreciate you two as usual. Let's couple of housekeeping things. Subscriptions. Thank you everybody who subscribed to the channel. We appreciate it. We're going to get to that 200,000 sooner than later, but we do appreciate everybody being a part of that. If you haven't already, it's free. Just click on that, channel subscription button, and we greatly appreciate that. And also, let's get a round of applause and some thumbs up here for XYZ and Selma trading live in front of everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very awesome. Am I seeing either of you this afternoon?
Not me. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Okay, so this afternoon, we have Leo, Kane, and Nick for a tick. We have a threesome this afternoon, trade the close. Remember, we're starting early. We're not, it's not that it's early, but it's the new normal. 2 o'clock East Coast time. Shai's doing an afternoon brief. I'm going to do a quick edge report, just like usual. The format's the same, except an extra half hour. So starting 2 o'clock, starting to bridge that gap between morning and afternoon. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Having said all that, folks, again, thank you, XYZ and Selma. I will talk to you later. We're going to do a quick edge report.
See you
Okay.
guys.
Thank you, chat. Bye.
All right, let me get my right windows in front of me right now. We'll start with gold. Here's a daily candle on gold. I mean, this is, the gift that keeps on giving. Another breakout. This area of resistance here at 45.84 is now the new support. We tried to, we just kind of danced along it for 1, 2, 3, 4 sessions in a row, and then lift off again. I have some extensions. I started my extension line way down here on October 24th, brought it up to that swing high the 23rd of December, right before Christmas. Look for that retracement back down. It was really a textbook retracement. Those are the 3 points that I have right now for my extensions. My next target is 4806.7. That's at 76.6% retracement on the upside. MACD is pretty positive right now. Intraday, we have a capital P-shaped volume profile. Point of control isn't so dominant. I mean, there's a whole bunch of volume nodes here, but it officially actually does reside toward the bottom of the initial balance. That's around 4730 spot 4. Again, we're trying to break out above this IB high right now. We don't have a candle that's closed above it yet. This is a 30-minute candle I'm looking at right now. A lot of separation between price and session VWAP. This is definitely positive. Call resistance, well, it's pretty far down, so I'm not too worried about that. And there's not a lot of targets to the upside here. Again, when you're making all-time highs, you don't get a lot of targets. That's why we use those fib extensions a lot of the time. Let's shoot over to crude oil. Crude oil is also a good story today. Definitely catching a bid here with the 60 handle. Intraday, we have all sorts of fun stuff happening. The volume profile is kind of, for this January, is kind of, I don't know, wonky. We do have a point of control a little bit further south here at that 59 handle. Right now, we're bumping up against a December high at 60 spot 50. We tagged it today. We're trading just slightly below it, and that would be above the value area for the monthly volume profile for what it's worth. Swing high is way up here at 62.59. Didn't quite get there. We do have we almost did though. We almost got to there on the 13th, but didn't quite make it. Trend line has been broken. MACD is still pretty positive right now. Moving averages are just kind of sloping upward like they should be. Intraday, let me get my intraday chart up here. Looks a little foggy, doesn't it? I'm not sure why. Let me see if I could figure out why. Well, I'll work on that later. Anyway, We're trading toward the top of the session. Initial balance is pretty high. Point of control is decent, right above that R2 at 60 spot 24. JX1 is framing the top of the conversation here. We have a lot of resistance right here around 60.50. The bottom really is at 0 DTE level at $60. So between $60 and 60.50, that seems to be where we've settled out today so far, with the point of control being about in the middle. Super bullish here. Any kind of retracement, I would be surprised if we can get back to that call resistance level, but you never know. Things could happen. Last but not least, let's go to the mighty Russell. The mighty Russell is doing it. This is pretty much the strongest in the group right now. There's that annual VWAP that Anthony talks about, that white line. We're walking along that 8 EMA. Moving averages are all moving up. Huge buyers at the bottom of this candle, man. Buyers just rejected any further selling. Didn't even get to VWAP. Totally in control right now, the buyers. No wick at the top of the candle here right now for the dailies. We started this trend way back at the beginning of January at 24.93 half. MACD is looking pretty strong as well. Intraday, I mean, this is really, what a recovery, right? We hit some lows down here, approximately 26.30, and then kind of zigzagged our way up into the initial balance, and then boom, lift off. We broke through all the major JAX levels and all the major put support levels as well, hitting up here by that JAX2. So there is kind of a high vol level here at 26.90. This is kind of where gamma changes, if you think of it that way, but that's kind of on our radar screen. It'll be a different number tomorrow, so we'll keep track. Tomorrow might be a little bit more meaningful because it's a couple days off of expiration, so dealers are building their positions right now, but that's at 26.90. A lot of green on the board for the mighty Russell. That is this morning's Late Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Looking forward to this afternoon session. Remember, half an hour early. So get your lunch in, your workout in. I'm going to get my workout in real quick. I'm going to be back ready to go. Appreciate everybody being here. Have a nice, relaxing lunch. See you soon.